Okay, chat. Today is the day. Today we freaking do it. You see the title. Today we ascend. Today we fight off all of our demons. We finally level higher than 67 and beat our previous record of our hardcore characters. So you were here, chat. You were here, gang. A little over, I think it's, how many hours we put in? Around 20 hours. It's no small feat. Only large feat. So, a couple things. Sorry for the sweat beads pouring off my head. I did the thing again where I cut my yes, please. I did the thing where I cut my workout way too close to stream time, and I just got lazy and started watching TV. So now, like right before stream, I had to run around and like set everything up. Really good ring here. 17 damage, 7% experience. So, couple things. Goal of today, we're just going to grind levels for the most part. We're going to grind levels, get to level 67. Another goal I'd like to have, though, is to complete our unique mount quest, just because if we do lose Lizzie, at least we will have, we can just go, we can quick warp out and then just get another mount. So that way we should be pretty, I don't know, if we run into some bad luck, that should help us. The difficulty is these orcs are kind of tough, and they're about 20 levels higher, right? 15 levels higher or something. So even this leveling will be pretty tough. So I've got to focus in. But the whole time, of course, leveling, bargaining, I think we got it caught up to our other skills, tactics, sinister predator, of course, and let me adjust my sound here. Nature Weaver lore, I think, or focus, whatever it is. I think we need to be leveling those. There's a ton of enemies here. All right. Now we're not, I'm spamming potions because we're not, okay, I just wanted to remember about how much damage we were taking. It's still quite a bit, so we got to be careful, but no need to just mindlessly spam potions. But yeah, groups are always a problem early on. I mean, I guess in general, that's one of the things. You never want to be just stuck in the middle of a group, not killing off enemies. Okay, so they're level 82, so yeah, about 18 levels higher. So, I mean, it should be great experience for a while. Let's see how much experience. I wasn't paying attention. Oh, 9,000. Yeah, 9,000 for that. So, worth, totally worth. So, the goal, I suppose, the immediate goal, anyways, let's get to, I want to get to level 67. I would love to level here until 67. That just ensures, at least this playthrough, we beat our previous record. I'd be happy with at least that. It means we're making some sort of progress. I think we are more prepared. But as we're seeing now, like, if I get lazy and just not paying attention and we lose our unique mount, could spell disaster. I definitely think doing the unique mount quest would be far less scary with the mount. So if we have to go there after losing Lizzie, I think that'd be worst case scenario. So I want to focus up here, get to level, I think level 70, we should be able to take on that quest. So the goal of today, with all those that we said, the main immediate one we're rushing to, let's get to 67. That way we'll have a couple points in the Constitution. Let's get to 67. Maybe we'll do some more quests by then, and then level 70 we'll try to take on the unique mount quest. I think that should be, we should have enough defense by then. Just worried about that spider. The spider in that quest is a real a-hole. Also, I'm glad you guys are liking these Sacred 2 streams. Not necessarily as many, like, obviously I get far more live views when we stream over on Twitch. And the community side of it, like the talking during. Twitch is kind of better at that, but the amount of people that go back and watch the videos later on, which is what I like to do on YouTube, go back and watch some of these older games and people play through them, which is kind of why I wanted to make that content. Yeah, I'm really happy with that. I'm just glad other people are enjoying. So we'll continue on. We'll continue doing that. Again, you know, we spoke about, in my head, I'm always like shifting which game I want to play next, and I'll never settle on one really until we start it. I've had a real hankering for Risk of Rain 2 lately as well. I remember we wanted to start that a while back, and I've just been trying to, one thing I'm trying to do when I stream these games, they're not as fun, I don't think, to watch when people aren't invested. Like there's not a reason. So this one people have been enjoying because like we're playing hardcore parkour, trying to beat it. But with Risk of Rain 2, I think I'm going to try to at least do one clear with every character. I think that's going to be my goal. Kind of a newbie at that game. But what up, Key? You're happy with me? Thanks, man. What kind of game is Risk of Rain? It is a it's a kind of a third-person roguelike, third-person shooter roguelike. So you start off just like you land in out of your space shuttle or escape pod, whatever. And you just start killing enemies, and you kill enemies to get money. Use that money to open up a treasure chest, which could be a random power-up. And then when you think you've found enough treasure chests or you're strong enough, you go fight the boss of that level, and then boom, on to the next level. So my type of game, you know. But I do wonder how long it would take me to do a clear with every character. I've only at the moment done a clear with the engineer. I think that's pretty cheap because he's like kind of got like a unkillable setup. But I would love to try to be able to beat it with all the characters, which would be cool. Interesting. I'm surprised you haven't heard about it. It's an older game. It's older, but it's so good. It's such a good game, and it's got some of my favorite video game music. The composer did such a good job of like, you know, some games their music just fits their game very well. Risk of Rain 2 is that game. I mean the music's just good in general, but it really just like suits the mood of the game, the atmosphere and all that. And you'll be doing a run, so you usually spend about 5 to 7 minutes in each level before you move on. So the soundtracks, you know, last around that long, but you'll start off every level pretty much. You start off and it's like quiet and it's got like a slow build up, and then all of a sudden, like by the time the enemies are like overwhelming you and there's bullets flying all across the screen, the music is picked up too, and it's just like, and it doesn't happen all at once, so you're just kind of like, yep, this is cool, and it just slowly gets you into this, like hypes you up. It's really cool. Heard the name, just don't know anything about it. Well, you will, I guess, once I start playing it. You streaming today, right? Are you still doing Tales? Also, what do you think of Tales of Arise? I played like a couple hours of it, and I just stopped playing it. So I still have it. I should do a playthrough at some point, but BRB, alright. Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. Okay. Oh, also I couldn't get my controller to work on this game, so unfortunately we'll have to be on keyboard ready to beat it. Yeah, go do what you gotta do, that's fine. Couldn't get my keyboard to, or couldn't get my controller to work, so unfortunately having to do this, the grinding on mouse and keyboard. I don't mind mouse and keyboard for these type of games, but for long periods it's annoying being hunched over. That's one reason I'm kind of looking forward to another game. SMT5 would be fun. You can play that with controller. Risk of Rain 2, obviously. I'm much more a fan of controllers, even though I think keyboard mouse is optimal. It's not optimal for my posture, mate. I'll gladly give up some kill-death ratio for better posture. Yo, what up, Cabra? Yo, Cabra. I actually I liked that the Ridley theme. I was listening to that today on my walk and my workout, and I didn't realize he did a cover of Elden Ring of Radagon. Freaking sick. So good. Surely you've listened to that one. That's probably my favorite one he's done. I mean, I like Dancing Mad, but I've listened to it so many times. We'll probably start being able to use Darting Assault quite a bit more once we, like the next few levels. Just because as we level up Sinister Predator, it's going to really reduce our cooldowns. I didn't realize we had, after going back and watching a little bit of the past video, we kind of over-leveled it to where it's holding back our other regen times. So I think leveling Capricious Hunter will drastically increase our times on everything else too. Or reduce the times rather. Also, I need to make sure I just focus once we level and we get Constitution. Because we did have a character that got to level 65 and I accidentally got combat reflexes instead. I got the wrong skill. And Constitution is kind of like a must-have for Platinum, for Niobium. Well, probably parts of Platinum too for making sure, like hardcore. Stunned. The other thing I like about the orcs, I think we've spoken about it before, but the loot is so good here in comparison to some of the other places that are good for experience. I feel like that's the best way to level when you when you can get stronger with the equipment they drop, but also just from the experience from leveling. So I feel like it's very efficient for a dryad. That's why we level in the places we do. Dryads in the dryad island. No, it's the rainforest area, I guess, because we can get bows and blowpipes there, and it's pretty easy to kill the enemies. And then here is probably the best experience, and then just loot in general, not necessarily for the dryad, but just high level good equipment, lots of armor, set pieces, things like that. I really feel like I get more set pieces here than anywhere else. Jeff plays guitar, has all kinds of fire music. I believe it. It's very, very good. Like, elite. Have some bangers in there too. I'll have to check it out. I've only heard a few of his, I don't like listening to covers or remixes of songs, video game songs, really, if I don't know the video game song. Because what happens is, I'll listen to it and start liking it, and then maybe play the original and be like, oh, I don't like the original as much. So I always try to find remixes or covers of songs that, like, video games I've already played. Back with banana pudding. Is that within your calorie range, mate? Very early for banana pudding. Nilly wafers. Oh, I used to love, my mom would make banana pudding with the wafers. Oh, I had a great weekend, by the way. Thanks for asking. My mom came out and stayed. So I got to hang with Mama Malone. We did, went for walks. Got me a chicken fried steak. Haven't had one since I've been back home, so that was really good. It's much different being here than back in Australia. Being able to catch up with family and stuff, you forget how enjoyable, like, simple things like that are. Absolutely not. Fucking up today. What else you got planned? I had couple pieces of ricotta ravioli with what else? It was like okra in it, a few homemade meatballs, and a sweet potato, and some salad. Just some cheap, terrible salad I made because I knew I needed it. Just lettuce and onion, basically. But mixed with all the ravioli and meatballs and stuff, it was really good. But yeah, my lunches, generally, the weekends I'm a little bit more flexible. But generally, my lunch is just like hardly anything. Just like fuel, basically. Just eat healthy for lunch, look forward to dinner. But I've been pretty good for dinner too, most of the time. Happy Father's Day. Oh, thanks, mate. Appreciate you. Did you do anything for Father's Day? Yo, what up, Cossack? Quick break, then logging back in for the lunch rush. Mondays, good days. Very, very busy day work-wise. Oh, yeah, no, say no more. That already means terrible day eating. I get it. I definitely get it. That's why I'm going on such a strict, like, health kick right now. Because those last however many months at my job where I was hating it, I was neglecting my health because I was like, well, got to get through work. pizza for lunch with sugar cookies. You're a fan of sugar cookies, aren't you? I feel like I haven't had a sugar cookie since I was a kid, because even though like I'd probably like one, it definitely I would feel like a child ordering that. I'd get reported or something. Can I have 2 sugar cookies? Sir, we're gonna need to see some ID. Yep, it's official. He's over 18. Arrest this man. I should have got the macadamia nuts. What difficulty am I on? We are on platinum now. So the enemies here are level 81. So we're level 65. They're like 17, 18 levels higher. But I'm going to farm orcs until 67, probably. So 2 more levels, and then we will do some other stuff. I kind of want to see how much health Constitution will give us, because we do have like plus all skills. So I'm going to wait till 67, and I want to dump a bunch of points into Constitution just to keep our survivability good. And we're okay now. I like to do this in games just to like feel the power increase. So we're going to not do it for 2 more levels. So we've already got maybe 5 points just sitting there that we could put into Constitution we're not going to do. And we'll probably put about 10 to 11 in there when we unlock it. Because we still got to put a couple points into bargaining. So. I like to see the jump in health or defense or damage. It makes it easier to level or easier to play these games when you can feel the strength difference. When you allocate your stat points like every single level, you don't actually get to feel the power increase, because you're like doing 1,000 damage, then you level up and you're like, oh, 1,002 damage, nice. But when you're able to put like all the points at once and it goes from like 1,000 to 1,100, you're like, oh, it takes 1 less attack to kill the enemies. Is that just me? Alright. We'll probably go into town and clear out our inventories. Actually, how close are we? Yeah, we'll probably just walk to there. I know that means we're not going to be able to pick up everything, but weekends you like to eat like an asshole, but weekdays is when I try to. Yeah, I get that. I kind of do the same. Business order catering, and the tips are usually top tier. It's my kind of business. You're addicted to sweets? Yeah, we're kind of the opposite. I'm not too much of a fan of sweets. I'm very lucky in that aspect. I don't really eat dessert or crave dessert much. Every once in a while, I'll want something sweet, but generally I'd rather have more just of my main course, or I'd rather have like a beer or something. If I'm gonna have something sweet, I'm like, I'd rather just have like a beer or a drink. I used to like sweets, but even then, I don't think I necessarily liked them. I think it was just a habit. I think I just ate them because, you know, other people would be like, oh, it's time for dessert. I'm like, okay, I'll have some. I'm still hungry. Whereas now, I think I just, like, if I'm eating a burger and fries, and then for dessert would be like a brownie fudge sundae, I'm like, I'd rather have 2 burgers. Today is our day off because it sucks all day and you end up losing money. Yeah, you probably got to really know like which days are efficient to do, huh? Brisk iced tea. I was never a fan of. I was never a huge fan of iced tea. Is it sweet? I used to love sweet tea until I realized, like, oh, it's just brown Kool-Aid. It's just shit tons of sugar. Again, I'd rather just have Kool-Aid. Or another burger.
Those are dangerous enemies. Maybe too dangerous.
That's wild. This level gap. I know. It's because, for one, I think the lowest level for enemies in Platinum is 70. So you're supposed to be at least level 70 before coming to Platinum. But also, your survival bonus increases the enemy's levels too. So all that adds up to about an 18 level increase at the moment, which is okay for experience as long as you can kill them efficiently and you're not dying, which at the moment we're okay. And that's the problem. You just start thinking you're unkillable and like, oh, I can just go through the rest of the game too. But there's just certain enemies that suck if you're not close to their level and they just one-shot you.
Let's see if your blood is also green.
Rehab for sugar. It's a highly addictive substance, but since it's harmless like coffee, there's no regulations on it. Yeah, I think that's one of the things I did really appreciate about living in Australia. They're so much more strict on it. I think Europe's like that. We were talking about the other day, but yes, in Australia, they're very strict on, well, Melbourne anyways, they were very strict on, here they can say like no added sugar on stuff, even if it's got the same amount of sugar. So like orange juice, for example, because they don't want to impact the farmers, there's rules on like Coca-Cola being able to put like less sugar if there's still over so many grams of sugar, 40 grams, 50 grams, whatever it is. But orange juice and apple juice, they can say less sugar or no added sugar, because the government's regulations are like, well, we don't want to hurt the orange farmers and apple farmers, so they can put like misleading advertising because it's supposed to be healthier, even though like apple juice is not healthier than Coke. Like they're the same thing. Orange juice as well. People think orange juice is so much healthier, but it's literally just because of like government regulations being slightly different. In Australia, they're far more strict on like their advertising or ability to put like no added sugar. If there's still like, because it'll be like 20 grams of natural sugars and then it's like 30 grams of processed sugars. It's like, it still adds up to 50 grams of sugar. Why are you putting, what's the difference? People are drinking this thinking it's healthier now. It's the same thing. Exactly. Yeah. So when people do ask for advice, like, we talked about this a bit last stream, but like, oh, how do you eat healthier? I'm like, man, it's hard. Like, it is hard, especially in America. You're already starting behind. So if you are learning what you're putting into your body, I think that's the number one thing you can do is like actually read the food labels. Don't try to change up your diet because everything we eat is shit. So don't worry about it. Everything's bad. But just like start knowing what you're eating and then just have a little less. And then next time, a little less and a little less. And like that's all you can do. If you're in America, you have to fight it a little harder. If you're in Australia, it's a little bit easier. It's just, that's the way it is, man. Oops. Let's go ahead and get one of those. No. No. Okay, let's sell some things. It's probably worth selling these like 11 damage rings now because we're starting to find some way better ones. All skills +2. Okay. Damage 5. Damage 17. Put that there. So much better being able to just sell all of these rather than having to convert them into the runes that we want. I just drink water and coffee with an occasional kombucha. What's in kombucha? Like, what are the nutritional values? Is it sweet, or is there sugar in it? Yeah, everyone has their thing. Everyone has their thing for sure. Outside looking in, if I was, because I've got a lot of friends that eat sweets all the time. Outside looking in, if I were addicted to sweets, yeah, same with anything. It's just like I would just try to cut out a little bit. So if I would try not to have sweets maybe before lunch, because I know, again, every time like I go to Subway, a lot of my friends will get Subway for lunch, and then they'll be like, oh, I'll have 2 cookies as well. When I was playing basketball, 100%. But now I'm like, God, I really want a cookie, but not going to do it because it's before, like, I'm not going to have sweets before lunch. But again, outside looking in, I am not a nutritionist or a health expert. Do not take my advice. But yeah, everyone has their thing. Everyone has their thing. Foot Bones, what up? How are you? Welcome in. How you been? I can actually probably sell a lot more of those runes. Let's actually do that next time. Because they don't endlessly stack. For example, if you have like 10 of something, sometimes they'll just make their own stack again. They won't go to 11 and 12 and 13. So we need to sell some of those. It's going to be a long time before we level up any of our combat arts again, so. 16 grams of sugar. Oh, that's not bad at all. Yeah, so you could have like 4 or 5 of those. Compared to like 1 Coke. Yeah, so when I think of sweets, I try to think of stuff like that. Like, you're already winning if you're drinking kombucha instead of like a Coke. So now it's like I try to find the next thing. Like, I used to have a Pop-Tart and a glass of milk every night. And then when I realized how bad like dairy was, I stopped having that. And then I was like, well, I don't like eating Pop-Tarts by themselves, so I stopped having the Pop-Tarts too. And so, like I said, that was more of a habit than like a craving. So I'm like, oh, I guess I don't really need like sweet food before bed. So then I just stopped having, now I just don't do that at all. All sweets cold turkey. It's either none or an entire gallon of Mike and Ike's. That's crazy. Yeah, a lot of my friends love candy. I used to eat sweets mainly like while I was playing basketball. That would be like maybe like a pre-workout, or I'd have it before a game or something, like a bag of like those Starburst gummies. But I never really just ate them just for like enjoyment or because I was hungry. So I feel for you. It'd be interesting to see you go on like a no sweet diet. I did that. Well, honestly, that's probably what kicked my habit. I've tried a bunch of different diets over the years. Again, not to lose weight or not to, not chasing like a specific thing. Sometimes I just like to challenge myself with different stuff. And it was really good to like learn about how my body reacts to things. That was the main reason I was doing it. When I was trying to be in like peak shape, I was trying to find out what was like the best diets, what foods were not as good for me. That's how I discovered, dairy for myself and fatty foods in general. I did a no sugar. Yeah, it was no processed sugars, all organic food. So it was just like meat, carrots, eggs, like just basic diet. And then the first thing I ate after that was a burger. And the burger had ketchup on it. And I remember biting into it and I was like, it's so sweet. Just from the ketchup on the burger. And it, again, that resetting your palate, I think, is so important because it reminded me like, man, I don't think of a burger as like a lot of sugar, but now whenever I think about going and getting a burger, I'm like, do I need all that sugar? Do I need all that? So not that you shouldn't go eat burgers or eat food, but now I can just make a little bit better educated decisions. If I cut one bad meal out a week or one bad meal, just knowing what you're putting in your body, I think, is just half the battle. How's the ascension? What up, Lapati? Welcome in. It is going well. We're 2 levels away from... Oh, shit. Oh, my God. We almost just lost our mount. That's what I mean. Like, at any moment, we could just die. Lucky I was quick on the potions. Damn, that was crazy. It's going well till you came in. We're 2 levels away. Like, one level and like 10% away from tying our record, so... Jonathan, what up? Let go of soda like 8 years ago because I was too addicted. Yeah, I don't know if you were in here when we were talking about it last stream, but same thing. I was never a huge fan of soda, but I would get it because especially here in America, it's like, why would I get a water when I can get Coke? And it's free refills, so I'll just get one. And then right before you leave, you're like, well, it's better value if I get a to-go cup and also have it. I was just drinking a lot of soda just because it was there. In Australia, you have to pay for every refill. So sometimes people will go to a restaurant and get a Coca-Cola. They get a can of Coke and that's it for their whole meal. And I'm like, just little things like that, like really help people to know portions. Whereas here, it's just like, nope, load them up, keep going. But yeah, whenever I was doing that whole diet, this was about over 10 years ago. But same thing, I was like, well, I'm just never going to have soda again unless I like really want one. But if someone's like, are you thirsty? Do you want a Coke? I'll just be like, I'll just have water. Like, I used to be like, yeah, I'm thirsty. Can I have, what sodas do you have? I think those little habits are important. Lurking while I sleep. Yo, appreciate you, Arcana. Have a nice beauty sleep. Palette reset can change everything. Yeah, it's a game changer. For sure. I think reading labels and then going on, I hate saying this because it's such a fad diet, but like going on some sort of cleanse. I'm not saying you have to do it for a month or 3 weeks, because when you start dieting like that, like you just lose motivation. But even for a few days, like 2 or 3 days of no sugar, like processed, no processed sugar, no, you know, take out greasy foods, fried foods. Like just have some organic food and water for like 3 days. And then the next thing you eat that's not that, you'll recognize it straight away. You'll be like, wow, this is really sweet. Or you'll eat some fried food. Man, that's what I recognize. Eating fried food, how much it like, because I used to train for basketball every single day. And I'd wake up some days and I couldn't jump as high. I didn't know why. I couldn't jump as high. Couldn't run as fast. Wasn't as explosive. And then I started realizing it was like anytime I had fried food, it took me like 3 days to fully recover. And that's something I never learned in America. Obviously, there's a lot more science and info out there now, so it's easier, but still in America, it's not that great. In college, we would get pizzas on the way home from our games because it was cheaper to do that than everyone having healthy organic meals. Headed to sleep soon, so it won't be a bad omen for long. What time is it for you, Lapati? Sorry that my streams are opposite your weird time over there in the world. But glad you popped in. Drink mostly zero now? Yeah, small changes like that. Like, instead of drinking a Powerade, like a Powerade Zero, because honestly, they're still just as sweet. And I'm not saying have 5 of those. Like, there's still probably something they'll find in 10 years, like it's not great for you or something. But instead of like having 3 sodas a day, it's like, you know what? Maybe change those to diet sodas. So at least the calorie intake is not being affected. Then change those 3 diet sodas to like 2 diet sodas. I think that's huge. Anytime you can, I think having like the no calorie or low calorie option is usually like the easiest way to make those changes. Make some impact without really changing your diet. Because if you change too many things, like you won't enjoy it and you'll stop. Working, so lurking. All good, Key. Do what you got to do. Look at that crispy water. 10 p.m. Those are lightweight numbers. But I understand. Where are you at now, Lapati? It's been a while since we had actually caught up, so. Oh, Jonathan, how were you able to get the controller to work with this game? I tried my PS5 controller. I couldn't get it to work. I didn't try. Obviously, I wasn't playing on Steam Deck, even just on the computer. But I messed with it just very briefly last week, and then I was like, okay, I can't be bothered. Finland currently. How long are you there for? Since last summer. When autumn comes, okay. Cause are you still doing your coaching? X-Patter? Alright. I just pulled the tab up, so I'll have a look at that after stream. the reason I just now remembered it was like already I'm like, ugh, my fingers are not hurting, but they were starting to feel uncomfortable already. And I'm like, oh, I need to make sure I'm like holding the mouse differently rather than the same way for 7 hours straight. Because I get so tense, like paying attention, make sure I don't die. That I don't realize how hard I'm holding the mouse. And then, yeah, doing that for like 7 hours. Not great, but if I could just play with controller, it'd be huge. It's so weird they don't have native controller. So I just assumed like you could. So annoying they don't have native controller support because I mean, this game did release on consoles. Cray. Uni life quick. Actually working without having 8 hours of sleep seems like an impossible task. Hang around longer in streams as well. Oh, don't stress. Whenever you can. We'd love to have you, but you know, life happens. Take care of the stuff you got to. I'll be here. I'm not going anywhere anymore. My stuff is much more sorted. It's $10. Oh, it's still worth it. Because you could probably use it for like a lot of games, right? And then buying the keys. Yeah, cool. It sounds worth it for sure. I applied for in Finland, applying to different places in Germany right now. Okay. Yo, Chaos, what up? Oh, they're on while you're sleeping? Oh yeah, because I'm in America now. I'm in America, so on American time. No more Aussie stuff. How you been, Chaos? Dublin, Ireland, but that will probably be your last resort. Why is that? Just not wanting to go be with the Irish? Irish? How do you roll your R's? I don't know how to do that. Can't practice.
I guess you orcs don't put an emphasis on oral hygiene. Without a helmet is dangerous.
2 p.m. for me. Should be asleep. Wait, 2 p.m. for you. Should be asleep for 3 more hours. Oh, okay. Well, we'll be on. I will say today we do have to be off at 7 p.m. because the Mavs Celtics, another NBA game. So I will leave. So we'll finish by 7. So that's still a good 6-hour stream. So multiplayer works on Sacred 2 now. Yeah, that'd be awesome. I would love to play multiplayer. It's like you have to go find like a dedicated server though, right? Like Ascaron servers would be down for sure. Have I liked being back in America? I've loved it. You don't realize like how much you miss it while you're away, and you know, being away for the better part of 13 years. I don't know. You kind of compartmentalize things. But now that I've been back, like I said, this weekend My mom came and visited. That was really good. Just spend time with her. Went and had dinner. Went for some walks, like that. Just that sort of stuff. Like the simple things. You forget how much you miss them. Friends, of course. And just, I've always been the type, like I've never been in one place for too long anyway. So just, I like moving around when things start getting old. Perfect for me, but we'll see. Oh, cost of living. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that's a, definitely will impact some decisions.
Doesn't necessarily mean it's good.
Glad one of my home team brought back its dominance from when I was a child. Which one is that? Is that Celtics? Or Mavericks? So I guess they're both kind of... Oh yeah, I was saying earlier, I still think SMT5 will be the next game. But also Risk of Rain 2. I need to do, because I want to make a video on that. So I want to try to beat it with each character, but I would love to make like an old school WADA video on it. That'd be fun. '80s child, so I'll let you guess. Oh, Celtics. I mean, because honestly, the Mavs never really been dominant. They had a couple years. All right, we're getting there. We're nearly back to the same level of our highest level hardcore character so far. We're doing it. We're doing it. We're really doing it. I'm not going to celebrate, though, till we get to level 68, because that means we've gotten further. But getting to 67, still an achievement. Trying to move back to an area once your transfer is approved. How long does that take?
At least you could stop grunting. Blast it.
Are you moving back because you're bandwagoning now that they're probably going to get a championship? I see what you're doing. I see what's going on. Honestly, the most dangerous ones at the force have been the summoners. So when we ran into the two summoners and they were dropping fire, that's what did most of our health. So anytime I see fire, I'm just going to spam potions. Everything else, we've either been avoiding enough attacks or tanking them pretty well, so not too worried about it. Obviously, critical hits are always scary, though. All right, get to level 67. Go back to finishing up these quests. And we'll also level our constitution. I'm excited to see how much health it adds.
I can't hold this anymore. My bursting at the seams.
Oh, this should be it. Definitely level here. There we go, level. A lot of enemies, so let's just clean up this and then we'll... Wait, I thought they were prisoners or something because they were they just came out and jumped me. I was about to save your lives, assholes.
All my bags are stuffed, up to the last leather pouch.
Ow.
I'm not a burrow.
El Toro, what up? Oh, you got your little profile picture now. I see you. Moved back since before basketball season. Mm-hmm. Sure you have, Chaos. Just messing. Feels good to be back streaming. Oh my gosh, feels so good. We were talking about it the other day. Nico, Key, Rob, a few others in here. Copper was in here. K-Wolf. Yeah, it feels really good to be doing content again and really kicking goals, you know, taking care of business, you know, catching up with the homies. Stay away from the summoner. Take a few years so I can start my own business. Ooh, that's interesting. Always exciting.
Maybe too dangerous.
Hope it works out for you. One hit shy of beating Kefka on your first attempt. What did you die to? Did you finish it? And what'd you think? All glad to have you back. Thanks, Lapati. I appreciate that. All right. That was some good leveling right there. Oh, shouldn't have went there because there's no stores here. So we'll try that again. I think there's a whatever you call it, trader here. All right, let's have a look. So at the moment we have 6,114 hit points. 6,114. All right, where are we at? 6,114, 6,695. So that gave us 500 more HP. I was hoping for a little more, to be honest. But it's better than nothing. And over the next 3 levels, if we can level it a little bit more, because that was only like 7 points we put into it, hard points. All right. Oh. So we're finally starting to get some bows and things that are stronger. So I would really love to get a nice blowpipe, but if we can't, we're gonna have to use a bow. Let's do 20 damage ring. Yes, please. All right, let's put this ring over 14. Let's sell a bunch of these. Yeah, most of them we just don't need, to be honest. Even the ones we do use, like, we just don't need as many that's there, so. We actually need to put these away. Oh, I didn't even use this 17 damage ring from the last time. That will go into one of our weapons. We'll keep those. All right. All right, so now finding like unique weapons will be big because we can we'll be able to put like plus all skills, plus all plus damage rings and stuff into them, which is gonna make them way stronger. We're gonna put this bow here. How much stronger is it? All right, it's close. We're gonna stick with the blowpipe just for now. But that bow is pretty strong. Sebin, Celeste, Strago, and Shadow as your starting four, spanning Phantom Rush, Throw, and Holy. Well, that's a good strat. I never used that mix of 4 characters though. Yeah, Forsaken. What, does he have Heartless Angel as well? Heartless Angel and Forsaken. Jeez, those are still level 90. Insane. Yeah. I never really have much trouble with that fight just because I'm always so over leveled by the time I get there. But it's definitely, if you don't know what attacks are coming, or like just what he does, yeah, it definitely can be a pain. Can be a very different, that whole tower actually can be a real a-hole. Did you do the tower or his fortress in like one go, or did you like go leave? Because now that you've beat it, I can talk about it. What I normally do is I'll get the Moogle charm as soon as I can. And then I'll get, I'll use Mog on one party, like so the party that's on the left side. And I'll walk through and get as much treasure as I can until I have to use the other party. And then I'll leave. And then I'll do the same thing in the middle route. And then I'll do the same thing on the outside one. So, but right when I start World of Ruin, I've already got like a lot of the best equipment. And then that usually just carries me through the rest of the game fairly easy. It lets me go like get some of the more powerful stuff. So it lets me go get like the Genji gauntlet. Is that? Yeah, the Genji gauntlet, offering like some of the some of the better weapons and relics and things pretty early. That way my characters are still low level while I'm able to level, so you can increase their stats with the espers.
I know where it hurts. Over already? What a pity. I expected more from you.
All of it on your first go? Okay.
No hit points equals death. That's how this game works. Move to the head. Even more work for the local undertaker.
Yeah, I usually just loot it really early, and then I go do the rest of the World of Ruin. Can you get more powerful weapons at the Coliseum? I think there's only one or two things that you can get from the Coliseum that's worth it. I think you get a summon, right?
Another one because it was so much
You can get a
fun.
summon. I think that's how you have to get like the Ragnarok sword, or what's the not Illuminati, but there's like a Illuminaire or something. It's like the two strongest swords in the game, I think, are Ragnarok, and there's one more, and I think one of them you get from the Coliseum.
Stop bleeding. Just don't fall over right.
We playing Kanye? What up, Rob? Nope. We are gonna break our previous record though
I'll take you for a ride.
in one more level. How you doing today? I liked your Paper Mario video. Did you enjoy doing it that way? Thought it was pretty good. Yeah, I wish I was more of an expert on the game, El Toro. Haven't played in forever. And also I have my very specific way to play. So I don't play it optimally, but I just play it like what I have the most fun with and what's worked for me over the years. Like I always make Setzer my strongest character. When I think Locke is the strongest, and then Celeste maybe being second, right? And then the other characters are more situational. Have to do it in your free time? Yeah, probably if you just Google like Final Fantasy VI strongest weapon Coliseum, like it'll all come up. Because I'm pretty sure it's very specific how you have to get it.
Be careful.
Like that's how you got Shadow, right? Was going to the Coliseum. It's something like that where you have to bet something, and then you have to bet like specific items.
Out of my way.
I actually did enjoy that style. I want to do more of my talking videos like that, scripted and cam. Yeah, I think I like that style as well. For a lot of people. For myself, the reason I like being on the camera is just like it's like good practice for other media, like other styles of videos, but I do think that's the most I think that's what gamers typically want to see when they're watching a piece about a video game. Like they want to see more of the game, and then have the voiceover rather than it going back and forth. That's actually one of the comments I get the most on my videos is like, can you stop putting your face on there and just play the game? And I'm like, I can't. I physically can't do that. Okay, here's a blowpipe that 113 to 141. I just don't think it'll be stronger, so we're not going to do that. We'll keep an eye out. Seraphim, cool. Yes, so. Yo, Knox, how we doing? 67? I know. One more level. One more level and we will have beaten our previous record. We're close. Close to making history. Two more levels. What do they mean? The face is the best part. I personally, but honestly, if I'm watching, when I'm watching game reviews, I think I prefer watching without the camera too, but when I'm wanting to laugh or I'm wanting entertainment, then I watch. Like there's a couple, I'm trying to think of, has anyone seen Yakimo? I think that's his name. I think. But he's done some videos that I think are hilarious and pretty funny. And there's like some scripting and stuff in there. I just like that style for myself. Can't handle your beauty. Yeah, that's the problem. I'm too pretty is often the problem that I have. Actually done really well. No, I appreciate it, but I think people want very specific things. Like, I think people that watch my video are more like, oh, I remember playing those games. Oh, also this person's pretty entertaining. Oh, I'll watch the video. I don't think people watch my videos for like in-depth, like, oh my gosh, he's going to break down every single thing and he's going to talk about the graphics and what type of rig you need to have to run the game. And you know, and I do think there's validity in that too. No, I want just a review on the game. Like, I just want to see the game. It's not what I do. Kind of reasonable. Yeah, the whole scripting part is or like memorizing scripts is like a big one. It was a lot easier for me whenever I did have like a teleprompter thing. I tried that for a bit. And it was way faster to do. But when I have to memorize them, it takes a bit longer for just to get it done and have it look decent. Yo, Speg B, what up? You're gonna have to find another YouTuber for that. I don't do numbers. Time to crunch the numbers. Memorizing your own words, even when you were a rapper. Really? I mean, it makes sense because, like, I'm not great at memorizing it either. And that's why it takes so much energy and it takes so long, so much effort, is because, like, it's not necessarily just memorizing the word, but it's, like, how you say it and how you want it to sound when you say it. Especially, like, sometimes when you're saying them, like, jokes or those punchlines, like, it's got to come out the right way. And it's one thing to memorize it, but then you're like, ugh. It didn't land right. Got to redo that part. How's it going? Going pretty well. We're just out here getting buckets as per usual. You know, looking for blowpipes. Just another day in Sacred 2. The delivery matters. Absolutely. Absolutely, mate. All right. And I think whenever you're, especially when you're making videos, you're really self-conscious of your own delivery and your own, like, where your eyes are looking and stuff. So I think I did a couple of my oldest videos. I did it where I was kind of reading off the computer, and then I'd look at the camera, read off the computer, look at the camera. And the whole time, when I went back and look at them now, I'm like, oh, I hate that. But I'm like, other people probably don't even notice. But me personally, it like really sticks out. So try to be a lot more conscious of looking directly at the camera, not reading, and it just takes it just takes a long time.
You killed him. Certainly, my child. Don't worry.
All right. So I'm trying to decide. I don't think I want to fight the Gar Colossus until around 70. We probably could do it, but okay. I don't know where our... There we go. I think taking care of the Gar Colossus and doing the unique mount quest kind of all in one would be efficient. So what we'll do is we'll go back to the orcs. I'll save and exit just to spawn all of the...
I'm going to put a halt to these disgraceful deeds.
Just to respawn all the... Well, yeah, we'll go up here. We'll respawn all the enemies. They may come back now, but we'll just save and exit just to make sure. We'll farm the orcs a bit more, and then we will take on Gar Colossus. And we're also going to get to level 68. Red Dead Redemption video, just big stress while trying to read the script and not look like it on camera. Yeah, it's a lot of things you don't think about until you start creating videos. Leaning to the left to breathe so it doesn't mess up the recording. Chocolate rain. From one of the songbirds of our generation. Yeah, I think the main thing I've really done in this playthrough is just not feeling like over prepping. Always buy more potions, so I never feel like I have to be efficient with them. Always check for the damage rings and things like that. Actually, there you go. History quickly crashing through your veins. How it didn't win a Grammy confuses you. So good. It's low-key good though. Never hurts to over prep. Well, that's always been one of my issues though, is I get too comfortable. Cause like I've gotten to Niobium before. I've played this game so much, and you know we're killing hundreds of enemies, so it's like not a big deal. But then you just run into that one that does like the specific damage that kills your character. Or you run out of potions, not thinking that you had enough. So now I'm like, nope, we're always prepped, always ready, always ever vigilant. Vigilant? Did I say vigilant?
At least you could stop grunting. Plastic.
2,000 potions? About, yeah, gotta be. And the only reason I bank up on them so much at this area now is because when I fight like the red dragon, Karnak, and this spider that's coming up, I don't try to time my potion use with my health. I just spam the potions, because what happens is if you're trying to time it with your health, you know how there's that, your health actually lags behind. So you might get hit and then the health bar goes down and then you get hit again, or it might register 2 hits in a row. And before you have time to react, like you're dead. So when I fight those enemies that can do that type of damage, I just spam the potions. So it even uses the potions at like one damage. So you can go through, if the fight lasts for a while, you can go through a ton of potions.
I won't be able to win this fight without a curative watering place.
If it wasn't hardcore mode, I don't think I wouldn't have this many potions. I just wouldn't care. I'd probably use a lot more Golden Glade Touch to heal, like one of our spells. I'd probably rely on that a lot more. But yeah, just rather than risking it, I'm like, nope. Spamming potions. I'm so excited. We're like half a level away. I should have made myself a cake or something. How are we gonna celebrate, chat? How are we gonna celebrate getting to level 68 and beating our record? All jokes aside, I should plan something for if we do beat this whole thing on hardcore. I think I'll cry. This is taking so freaking long.
Stop bleeding. You're staining my clothes. Which one of you is the little gingerbread man? Dryad was better. Will be engraved in your gravestone.
Oh yeah, Rob, now that you're done with that video, has it cleared up your brain a bit more so for what you want to do next? Or are you just gonna go with the flow? So I actually thought the orcs would I thought they'd be a higher level, but they're still 81. Some are 82, but... So I wonder when they'll stop scaling.
And I'll give you another one at the same spot.
Shorter retro games. How many hours do you think it takes you to do that? Play the game and then script, edit, all that stuff, do the voiceover. So like video beginning to end. How long do you think that takes? Getting uploads on the channel? Yeah, I get that. I get that. Yeah, for me, it's sort of the same thing. It's just like every day I want to get some content out there, whether it's good or bad. Live stream, video, whatever. Every day I want to put some content out there.
Most people would rather die than think.
And since last week was kind of like our first week, I only did 5 days worth, but getting better. I actually think I'll stream on the weekend as well, because I think my family, I think they're away. I've got nothing to do this weekend, so honestly, I'm probably going to stream. I'm probably going to stream like every day this week. Because I would love to finish off this challenge so we could get on to another game as well. Oh yeah, so that's what I was saying. So Rob, the thing is for me, like obviously I've already made a video on this game. I will cut up. I started editing the thing about runes, that little explanation I gave last stream. So I'll put that on the channel probably tonight or tomorrow. So there's not really a lot of content I want out of this game to upload, other than when we do finish, I'll cut it down into just like the best moments and give it a little story. But yeah, for like Risk of Rain, for SMT5 Vengeance, all the other games that we play, I'll probably stream it, upload any videos that happen to be good within the while we're playing it, but then I'll probably make a video on them after. So that's probably how it'll work for me. A little bit different than what you're doing, but see how that works. Because it's what I want to do. I don't know if it's going to be more efficient than what I was doing before. There for a while, I did like a video and a game per week. It's insane. Not doing that anymore. Just doing what I want to do. Yo, what up? People still play this game. Played it back in the day, but sadly couldn't play Dragon Mage because of PS3. Same. I had this on 360, and so didn't have the expansion. But even better, we got it when we're 40. Step Brothers reference. Wish they would remaster. I know. Would be so good. But also some of the jank is why it is good. It hurts so much. Just want to cry sometimes. But how are you doing? Welcome in. Usually takes the longest, and that's usually just because of work-life interruptions. Yeah. I think for me too, editing takes the longest, because scripting for me, whenever I'm like, when I have an idea for a video, the scripting usually goes pretty quick, because I'm just like, you know, it's kind of just off the top of the head, like you're in a zone, you're like, you just go. You just write it as you would say it. It's usually like pretty quick. But then the editing, it can take as long as you want it to. Level 84. Because I got to a point with editing where I'd always take so long, because every time you go back and look at it, there's like another thing you can add or change, and then eventually you have to just like put it out. It's like, okay, forget it, I'm just gonna upload this. I can't even imagine what a remaster of this game would look like. It would be godlike, though.
Wrong time, wrong place.
Yeah, our damage is... Oh, shoot. He did a lot of damage. Our damage is kept up pretty well. And our attack rating and all that. I think it's because we're just pumping so much dexterity. So, I think...
I'll beat your skull and make it even more flat.
I think what I'm going to do is... This is the last level. I think we'll do one more level of making sure bargaining is caught up, making sure tactics, obviously, and then a few more in Constitution. But after that, I think we're going to put points back into, like I said, Capricious Hunter, Focus, and Nature Weaver. So let's start doing that at level 69, Giggity, when we finally break our record. Actually, we're level 68 now. Hold on, we did it. We did the thing. I was so zoned out and talking about editing and diets that I didn't realize we're level 68. No, we're level 68 though. We've beat our record. We are now in uncharted territory, folks. Write pretty fast unless it's something that feels forced, which happened a lot last year. Paper Mario script was easy, quick, along with Red Dead Redemption. Yeah, and also you'd have a lot of practice with like getting in your zone and writing and knowing when it feels good or not. To this day, I remember I wanted to max out writing skill. Yeah. I remember the first time I played, or the first time I had like a decent character, I tried like, I had a Temple Guardian, I had a Temple Guardian and a Inquisitor, I think, were my first two. Then a Dryad and whatever. And I didn't understand how to build characters, but I think the best one I had was a Seraphim, a dual wield Seraphim. That's because they're fairly simple and hard to mess up. And I did the same thing, Wani. I had so many wasted skills. I had like the writing skill, alchemy, I think. I don't know. I just wasted so many skills. Because they sounded cool on the thing, on the talent tree, but I didn't know what they actually did. Did I ever skill the talent? No, other than when I was a kid. So I don't know. Are there any writing builds? Is it worth it? Like, is there a way to make that skill useful? Or know someone who maxed out the talent? I don't know. That could be a fun video to try. Try like some weird, see if we can get some weird builds to work. That could be cool. That could be a cool way to mess around with this game. Once we finish this.
And another one because it was so much fun. There you go. Don't fall over right away.
Because there is alchemy. Alchemy didn't work, obviously, on the consoles. But because the community mods, community patches and stuff are out, I think they fixed alchemy. So we could do like an alchemy build. I'm sure they've probably fixed writing. They've probably fixed some of the talent, so it would be worth just going through and just doing different builds. I don't know if I'll ever do another hardcore character though. It's too stressful. It's taking years off of my life. Not worth it. It's worse than smoking, apparently. Sacred 2 hardcore mode, worse than smoking? I've had fun even just like making thumbnails and stuff again, Rob. Literally just doing the things I want to do. So I've got to make sure I don't lose that that focus, because that's what's actually making me want to stream every day for so long, because I'm like actually having fun. Also, I think I'm going to order a mouse today. Does anyone have any recommendations on like a good gaming mouse? I don't need one that's like over the top and like 20 buttons on it, but just something that's comfortable and like having... I think the last one I had was a Razer, but it had like maybe 3 buttons on the side, and I always map those for games like these, so that'd be ideal. Something just like a few extra buttons, but it's just like wireless and comfortable. So I need a mouse and a mouse pad. So if anyone has any suggestions, I'm all ears. I actually can't see Darting Assault being that much better than Ravaged Impact, even for groups of enemies. This just kills them so quickly, and they have so much health that we would have to be doing a lot of damage with Darting Assault. I guess we'll find out soon when we start leveling it a bit more. Oh, I forgot to tag everyone in Discord. So I need to get that bot up again, or I don't think the bot posts to everyone, does it, when I go live? So I need to fix that up. I guess we'll go drop off items. Guess we can level. No horse. So windy today. I mean, that is Oklahoma. Oh my gosh. Mormorin's transition. That's 4 slots. We're actually going to have to take that into consideration. Over Dethea's Greaves. So Dethea's does what? Where can we tell? Where's the oops. Well, I guess that's going to be organized that way now. I think you have to click on our character, right? No? No? All right. Okay, that does help Darting Assault quite a bit. How do you... One of these overviews shows like your whole like more in-depth stats. Oh, it's this, right? Yeah, there we go. Oh, so we still don't have Dethea's Cowl or Shoulders, Hit Point Regeneration, and Capricious Hunter +6. So if I take off, I actually think this would be worth it then. So we need to find some more damage rings and skills. Yep, let's do that. Okay, so we'll level a bit more, and when we find some more damage rings, we will we'll actually use that other item. That'll be great. I didn't even know that was a class set. What characters, classes, with what spec do you think is the hardest to beat the game with at the highest difficulty? I mean, out of my limited knowledge of some of the other characters, I mean, you could make a really bad build with any class, but like what's a realistic class that'd be hard to win with? Jeez, I don't know. I guess that's you'd have to limit yourself in some way. And because it's so easy to break any character, you could make a really bad build. Which would just make the game hard in itself. Am I getting good? Duh, Cabra. We're almost level 69. No big deal. Are you getting bread? Discord bot doesn't make an auto post? Okay. I'll have to fix that up. Well, I don't know. Do people want to know? Like, is that annoying when someone goes live that it ats everyone? Especially since I just stream pretty much every day, same time now. Like, is it necessary?
And I'll give you another one at the same spot.
I'm feeling pretty confident.
The Dryad was better. Will be engraved in your gravestone.
For feeling pretty confident for the unique mount quest. The only issue is, honestly, the only issue we have is like being one shot.
Have to practice a bit more.
So if something, one shots our mount, that's obviously going to be really tough to fight just because it's not having enough health. So that being the case, maybe it is worth leveling Constitution these next 2 levels. I think that's what we'll do. Oh.
Move to the head.
Once we get to level 70 today is probably when I'll go heat my coffee up. Now that I'm in America, I'm the opposite of a coffee snob. I know back in Melbourne it was like it's got to be the best coffee or else, just because that's how the culture is. now I'm like, I'll have one coffee in the morning and I just leave the pot there the rest of the day. And then I heat it up later and have it. Gross. America.
Don't fall over right away. At least you could stop grunting. Blast it.
The physics are so cool.
That and
How they're
that.
just like falling down the cliff.
The next one won't be so gentle. I know where it hurts. Flesh wound. Nothing
Stunned.
serious.
Move. Oh, so like viably bad characters. Yeah, I think that is actually one of the stronger Temple Guardian builds. But yeah, I think you have to like build him very precise and have him going. You know what? That is actually a very good question. I need to go look at all the characters and look at their talent trees. I'll definitely do some weird builds and stuff once I've completed this challenge. That'd be an interesting concept to just go see what character we think would be the worst and then give it a try.
Another one has passed away.
I think the Inquisitor had some pretty weak trees, right? I think the Sorcerer is pretty OP. I think all three of her aspects are easy. I think the Shadow Warrior was pretty viable too, because he can be like a Necromancer. Basically, however you build him, he can be pretty tanky. I think the Seraphim as well. Seraphim, all three trees were good. You could do like Radiant Pillar, or you could just basically do an attack build, or you could do BFG. And all of those were quite viable. I'd be thinking probably Inquisitor, right? Maybe Voodoo Dryad? But no, I know a really strong Dryad build, a Voodoo Dryad build.
That's the purpose of the exercise. The shooter, he'll get a showing off.
Oh, we got another set piece of armor.
Don't fall over right away. That was only the beginning. We'll continue practicing to aim, all right? Over already? What a pity. I expected more from you.
He was 360 and 360 no scoping. It's crazy. Those are like 5,000 each kill. And take like 3 shots.
People would rather die than think. In fact, they do so. Over already? What a pity. I expected more from you.
Am I forgetting any of the characters? Shadow Warrior, Seraphim, Dryad, Inquisitor, High Elf Mage, and the Dragon Mage class, I suppose. That's all the characters, right?
Will be engraved in your gravestone.
Level. Level 69, boys. We here. We out here.
Wrong time, wrong place, or life is but a moment. Death also. Boot to the head.
We'll try to go. I need to go to a different area or reload the shops because now it's pretty imperative we get those damage rings since we have like new armor to put them in. So plus 20 damage would be great if we get a couple of those, because I think can the gold slots I'm pretty sure can hold amulets, or yeah, amulets or pendants, and then I think silver holds rings, or maybe gold is rings and amulets. And I'm pretty sure all skills
Maybe too dangerous.
will do more damage than just flat out plus damage, I think. Because damage, all skills gives us tactics, ranged, bartering. It just gives us everything. I think we have one spare plus 3.
Boot to the head.
So if we could get like a plus 4, plus 5 to all skills.
Into the pit.
I wonder how strong the Gar Colossus is as well on Platinum. So we're in Platinum now, obviously, but it's now that we're getting closer, it's kind of making me a bit nervous just to fight him. Again, that's why I'm trying to put all these points in Constitution, I think. Hold on. What is it? Experience per kill. Damn. $15 damage. Okay. The Theas at level 90. We will save that for later. Talisman of the Armadillo. Okay. Sure. More potions. Can never have too many. Not good. Bows are getting pretty strong. I would love one with sockets though. Okay. Let's stash this and 15. We'll keep, what was the other one? 17. And all skills. Okay, so that's what we're going to put into these. Okay. No, these. That's right. Actually, we could do that now. So, amulets, rings. Oh, okay, so we can put rings here. Dope. All right. So let's do that now. So this should make us stronger. Let's see. What's the goal? To beat the game max difficulty or reach max level? So I don't know how long it would take to be, what, level 200 I think is like the soft cap of max level, 250 or something. I just want to beat all the difficulties on hardcore mode with this character. That's the goal for now. After that, yeah, we may try to continue leveling. But yeah, just beat all the difficulties on with the Dryad. Okay, let's put here. Here. Damn, costs a lot. All right, let's see if our damage, everything goes up. Yeah, that's quite a bit better. Cool. Damage went up over 100. Now let's add more constitution, like we said. So our dexterity, attack value, plus 112, 375, 98. Really, that helps our defense value a ton. Okay. Constitution. Yeah, let's do it. Let's max that out. We'll probably max that out one more. And then we'll be ready to fight Gar Colossus. One more level, then I can heat up my coffee. Oh yeah. Look at that. I actually think the only reason we're equipping like some of the armor, I only just realized. So everything that's being dropped is level 81 or higher. The only reason we're able to equip them, I think, is because of our plus to all skills. So it's like plus range is allowing us to equip the ranged weapons, plus to armor, allowing us to equip the armor, etc. I just now realized that. So usually one of the biggest issues here is you don't get equipment upgrades very often because everything's too high of a level. Damn. We're ganging up on that skelly. I don't know if I've ever seen a skeleton out here. I don't know what that's about.
Green doesn't necessarily mean it's good.
I don't think we're going to find anything better than like plus 20 damage. Because we're not going to pass this area for a while. We're actually going to go backwards when we go through to fight Gar Colossus. So everything should technically be lower level, like the shops anyways. I think the next biggest increase we'll have, we're doing enough damage, but being able to kill the tougher enemies quicker will be, I think, pretty big. Octogalamus, Gar Colossus, Spider. It's going to be pretty important. So I think if we can hopefully find a better bow or blowpipe while we're... ideally a unique one. I've only found 1 or 2 unique blowpipes the entire time I've really played it. We found one on this run, but it was low level. But if we could get one of those with sockets and then ideally plus 20, 15 damage, a few of those, like, that'll scale our damage massively. Hordes of mobs, and that's one of the most satisfying things. I know. It's a small price to pay. I've probably lost, like, I don't know how many runs I've lost to just getting lazy and kiting like 20 mobs together and then AoEing them. Over 20 though. But the main reason I'm not using our AoE attack is because I accidentally put too many runes. I accidentally memorized too many runes in it. So it's a little bit slower. So it's actually it's better to just use our single target attack because I kind of flubbed it. Let's save and exit just to reload the enemies. We've only got half a level to go anyways. Just to repopulate the map. Giggity, level 69. Half a level, then I'll heat up my coffee, come back, Gar Colossus, unique mount. And then when we get to Niobium, we're going to, we'll do a lot more. I'm going to discover more of the map because still we've only done, we haven't discovered much of the map for how many times we've played through this. So we'll try to explore majority of it. 14 damage. 14. It's annoying. I think like 17 or higher, I'd buy it. What character did you mainly play, Wani? Is it Wani or Wani? I'm bad with names, by the way. That scaled their levels too. They're all level 82 now, which is good. Because they should be just as difficult. They shouldn't be like tougher. Should get slightly more experience and better gear. Actually, I don't know if you get better gear from 81 to 82. It's probably the same cutoff. How much experience we getting? 9,000, around the same. Yeah, pretty much the same actually. So I wonder if it like every 5 levels maybe it changes? Like the loot pools and experience and everything changes? Or if it's just so slight that we can't tell. Like I'm getting like 1% more experience or something. Man, it's so windy outside.
That wasn't so bad after all.
Oh yeah, our constitution, like our health now, is gonna scale up pretty well too, because every time we add like plus all skills, now that we have constitution as a skill, that will also go up. So not only is like every other skill is majority like offensive. We have a couple defensive skills, but mainly our kit is like offensive. So when we get plus all skills, it's usually, I'm usually looking at the damage output, but I just now realized our defense, like health will go up, armor rating will go up, and combat reflexes. So our defense and offense over these next like 10 levels should drastically like, we should be able to see quite a bit of a difference. I feel like I'm already seeing a difference defensively. I don't want to speak too soon, obviously, because we're just fighting the same enemies over and over. But we haven't had hardly any more close calls. Bro, you're not running.
Would have been very happy with you.
I hope the Mavericks win again today. I would love to see this series go 7 games. I don't know if it will, but I'm not ready for basketball season to be over. Oh, we're still right there. All right. Getting there. Man, over a week ago, if you would have told me on Monday we were going to be sitting at level 69, giggity. Pretty good control of our destiny. Would I be happy with that? I would have been over the moon. Now that we're actually here, it's so crazy.
And another one. Green, doesn't it? Miserable, wide-mouthed frogs.
Just ridding the map of orcs. It's actually probably worth us going north again to look at rings one last time before we move on to because it'll be a bit before we're back, maybe an hour or so. We'll go here, this one. Should be, I mean, it should be the same loot, this whole area, I think. For the merchants. Level 85, so he summons like a pretty high level dude. Should this be a level? A couple more. Level. All right, let's get it. Let's level up. Constitution again, and then after that we should be just focusing on our offense, maybe. Damn. 18 damage. That's pretty good. We'll keep that. It's only 1 damage less, but it's also 7% experience per kill. I don't think that's a gold. But it will be worth re-socketing some of these. Oops. As we go. All right, here we go. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go warm up my coffee, and then we're gonna go up here, fight the Gar Colossus, and then the unique mount quest. And I think that's gonna be scary. All right, let's do this. Yeah, enemies, just like the normal enemies, are not really... Like, one of the biggest issues you run into in this game is not balancing your ability to just hit the enemies. So I know oftentimes you can be focused on one part of your build and just get to a point where you just can't hit them often enough. That's the shittiest feeling, especially with like a ranged character.
That's not enough to be the champion shot of the village.
But right now it feels like every attack we shoot is like landing. Very few enemies are like dodging our attacks, which is good. I think that's still where the spider has always sucked, because it's high damage output, high like how often it attacks, plus it's just so hard to hit, and it has a lot of health. It's just got like, I don't know, I don't, it's too strong. It's OP, it's broken, needs to be nerfed. Apparently they killed real pigs to get the sound effects for the boars in this game. For the wild boars when you kill them. I don't know if that's true, but it would be interesting. Yeah, we'll do this.
I've seen entire forests of aspen leaves that trembled less than you, coward.
Oh, actually. Yeah, we've already done all of this. We just need to go minutes. Cool. All right. Nothing else to do unless we found like a good weapon to upgrade, which we haven't.
Family, yes. I must say that's a sore spot for me. I clench my fist in my pocket and carry on.
Oops.
How's the family? You have any news you'd like to talk about?
Sometimes I think I should
All right.
become permanent. Then all this pain.
Let's get it. Oh. I have a feeling I don't know. Last time we fought him, it was still kind of scary, and he did a lot of damage to us, and it took us a while to damage him. So I'm just hoping that our damage output has scaled really well, and he's not gonna one-shot us, because then we're kind of screwed. So this next little bit is gonna be pretty pivotal for the run. Being able to kill him and get our mount. So we're about an hour away from being just like 100%, not 100% in the clear, but like pretty relaxed for a while. He's a long ways away. Where are you going?
Do you also glow
Yeah,
in
I'm just
dark?
spamming.
Do you also glow in dark?
We're gonna have to get him to move because he's just gonna keep healing too much otherwise. Damn. Shit. Holy shit. Oh my god. We were close to dying a few times. Oh my god. Oh, that's way more stressful than it should be. Level 79, I know. Huh. And we've been grinding levels too. I'm not doing any other quests though, obviously, but Jesus.
A place where magic flows from the
GG's,
ground.
we did it. Okay.
That's very strong.
Now that just lets me know that that spider is going to be fucking tough still too. So I think we just stop avoiding it. I think we just go do it. I think we just bite the bullet. What a time to come back. Well, these are pretty crucial moments for the run. Jeez, my heart's pounding. We're going to go fight our arch nemesis now, the spider. Just because there's no other time to do it,
Hello.
honestly.
Good job. I've heard rumors.
Fuck it.
Orcs are nature's children too. I don't fear them.
But if we can do it, if we can beat it, we'll be set up for a while. I mean, because we can die and we can take some of those hits, but we'll be able to buy another lizard. But right now, if we lose our lizard, we're kind of fucked. So this is going to be crucial here. This little fight.
The spirits of the forest won't let me down during this mission.
And I'm so glad that we chose to boost our constitution. 7,400. So we have like 1,000. We have like 1,300 more health than we. Yeah, about 1,300 more health than what we had when we first started leveling today. We definitely wouldn't have done too well in that fight otherwise.
Contaminated creature, I'll put you out of your misery. How do you like that?
All right.
I'm the right person for this job.
You know what? I just had this crazy feeling that like my mouse is gonna die at some point, and we're gonna lose a run to it. So hopefully it doesn't happen this stream. But I think next stream I'm just gonna put a new battery in, or before next stream, just make sure I put a new battery in. You guys remind me, because I used to have a mouse that like recharged with USB, but this one takes batteries.
That was only the beginning.
And the only reason I recognize is because I was talking about getting a new mouse today, earlier. And we've had that happen. That would be insanely bad, I know. The only reason I thought about it is because it happened in one of our other runs where the mouse died. Luckily, I had the cord close by and I plugged it in and I was fine. But now it's making me conscious of like, if that happens in a fight. Because I was spamming potions, I think. I think I spammed potions and then saved and exited or something. I can't remember what I did. Oh my god. Alright, here we go. So we're killing fast enough.
You're welcome.
Let's just hope we're killing the spider too fast enough. Alright, here we go. You used to be able to shoot them, the invisible ones, on console. So once you finished attacking one of the other enemies, if you just held down the attack button, it would automatically target the next enemy. It doesn't work on here though. Okay, he never really does much damage, so we're okay. It's this fucker. So I actually think we're better off just doing what we did last time. Damn, yeah, he's hard to hit. Alright, if we can get some distance to where I'm just not even taking the chance. Not even tanking. He's ended too many of my runs. Or she, I suppose. She births. Births baby spiders, so I'm assuming a she. Get out of the way. I'm gonna have nightmares. At least we're able to hit. This would take way too long if I tried to kite him normally, because we usually don't. Oh. Fuck you. Fuck you, spider. Fuck you. Fucker. Be a man? No way. No way. I've lost way too many runs to that spider. Absolutely not. Alright, we'll be a man for the rest of these, but no guarantee. This Hydra might be tough. I don't. Alright, because he can do damage. I'm spamming potions, boys. We've done it. We're spamming potions. We're doing it. We've done it. Let's go. Let's go. Woo, I'm hyped. Let's go. Now, if we ever do take lethal damage, it's going to kill our mount, and we should have enough time, theoretically, to teleport out. And then we can just come by another mount. So we kind of have a little bit of a safeguard for hardcore mode. Let's go. Let's freaking go. That was big. That's big. All right. Let's go. Let's do this. Finish the rest of this quest. Get into the orc area. And then we will my coffee should be warm by then. Maybe not. Either way, that's big. Level 70. We beat freaking Charlotte's Web. Easy. Yeah, easiest game I've ever played. Not even a challenge. Not even a real challenge. Oh, that's the worst. That's the worst challenge. The epilepsy that the game causes. All right. So now the next challenge, which we've got to decide, do I want to try it this stream or do we save it for next stream, is Karnak and the Red Dragon. So I've got to decide if I want to just like level for the remainder of this stream, grind out levels and items, or if we want to make story progress. I feel like I do want to make story progress, but again, this is how it's only because I'm excited now that we beat that spider. You can't really kite Karnak and the Red Dragon. You just have to sit there and tank the hits, and it's fire damage, so.
I hope I haven't overestimated my capabilities here.
I forgot I could use, I could have mapped the roots. The spell that like roots enemies in place. I should have mapped that for that fight, for that spider. Really, there's only a couple fights that I'm really nervous about.
For beating up.
Always have close calls with the Scorpion just because when he has the smaller ones out,
Much fun.
sometimes they can do a lot of damage really quickly. Yeah, Karnak, Red Dragon, which are the next two fights. Those will be really tough. Not too worried about Mist of Miasma.
Was better. Will be engraved in your gravestone.
And we found out we can bug the Guardians. So we'll probably do that again. So we don't have to fight them. As long as you don't go into the room, they don't activate. But for the final, when we're in Niobium and to finish the challenge, we'll fight them properly. We'll do it the right way. So really, let's think about this. If I end up fighting Karnak and Red Dragon today, next stream, we should be able to beat Platinum. But I think the lowest enemy level in Platinum is like 110. So what in Niobium, yeah. So what I would do if we're able to next stream beat Platinum, I would spend Tuesday, Wednesday, honestly, just grinding, just leveling as much as possible. Like that's all we would be doing for the next couple streams. And grinding gear.
Those are dangerous enemies. Maybe too dangerous.
And it might be a little better because Jonathan gave us the
Your life warranty has expired.
tools so that we can map a controller to the game. So it's going to be much easier for me to grind out levels when I'm using a controller. Because it does get monotonous and all that, but at least I'll be able to sit back and whatnot. And this is probably the best class 4 controller, to be honest.
Show you how we fight.
Or the best builds. Blowpipe. Or ranged.
No thanks. No thanks. Don't fall over right away. That was only the beginning. Even your deadly energy won't help you. And another one because it was so much fun.
I feel like we can level up Ravaged Impact a little bit. Because it's regenerating incredibly fast. And just increasing its damage would be nice. So maybe let's do that. Let's plan for level 73 or 70. Yes, about 73. We'll level up some more of our combat arts. Because by that time, Sinister Predator should be fully caught up. Capricious Hunter should be fully caught up with Sinister Predator.
It is an honor. Even trolls are mortal.
Nice. I'm at least gonna go through the entire Seraphim Island.
The teeth from 10 trolls for
I'll
a
at least
single
clear all that
victory
out just so
trophy.
we're up to the
Wow.
point of fighting
That thing must be
Karnak.
huge.
We're gonna do that for sure this stream. And then while I'm doing that, I can decide if I want to actually fight them or not.
And another one because it was so much fun. What a pity. I expected more from you.
So let's go. Let's go farm out 2 more levels.
It really
So
turned
here's what
out
I'm gonna
well.
do. Let's go here. 2 more levels before we fight Octogalamus. So let's see what's up here with the merchant. Then I'll probably save and exit again because I think we've already been here, but the shop should have refreshed by now. Maybe not. Okay. Thought about that bow. Oops. I usually don't sell the mentor potions. All right. Save and exit. I'll jump back in just because it'll refresh that map for more orcs because we farmed them a bit, and then we'll try to gain 2 levels. Oh yeah, I'll go grab my coffee as well. That's what I was gonna do. Hope you don't mind this Brit joining you. Oh, I think how many do we have? 2 other people from Europe that are usually here. But what's up, Mithril? Hope you're doing well. Thanks for hopping in. Always struggled more with Sacred 2. So I've actually never played Sacred 1. But a few people were telling me I should play it. So that might be a fun one to play on stream and then maybe do a video on it. Just want to check the shop now and then I'll grab my coffee. Really, with the bows, it's going to come down to sockets. Because they all kind of do around the same damage, like 5 damage here or there, doesn't really matter. But being able to do plus like 20 damage or plus all skills will be huge. All right, I'll be right back. Accidentally overfilled my coffee. No. No judgment, please. All right, let's do this. Yeah, we haven't found an upgraded weapon in quite some time, so it's like I said earlier with feeling much stronger. Like, I'm glad we still feel strong without that, because we should feel a pretty big, significant change once we get a better weapon. And I'm not planning on upgrading another, like upgrading just like a couple points here or there isn't worth it for, since I've got a blowpipe, I'm not like 5 damage for a bow, not worth it. I just feel like the blowpipe is much more consistent dealing damage because it doesn't get caught on obstacles. And it's like instant damage. Can never overfill coffee. I tried my best. Got close. Still going strong. We are, Key. We are. We just today, like we've already just now completed all the things I wanted to do today. So I wanted to get that stuff done, and then anything else I do is icing on the cake. How's your work coming along? Man, Wednesday's stream, so I think it'll be Wednesday. Wednesday's stream is going to be boring. I'm literally, like, my goal is just going to be grinding levels the whole time. Sorry, not sorry.
Wide-mouthed frogs. At least you could stop grunting. Blast it.
Good stuff. Did a bunch of testing of electronics today and scored huge. I saw your I saw the shoes you got too. What are you doing with all that?
Come here, worm eater. I won't be able to win this fight without a curative watering place.
eBay? Have you started doing your reselling again, like with clothes and stuff?
Let's see if your blood is also green. Over already? What a pity. I expected more from you.
Golly. Flashbang.
No hit points. Come here, worm eater. Quan would have been very happy with you.
Man, our defense is so much better. I feel way less
I might have overreached here.
just like susceptible to silly deaths. Now I feel like if we die, it's because we ran into like an enemy we weren't prepared for, but dying to like normal trash mobs and stuff doesn't feel like it's gonna happen. I mean, we went down to half health there, so it's like it's not that it's impossible, but before that would have been like a near death. Whereas now I don't have to be as adamant, like stressing about our health the whole time. Mostly electronics, but I'm dabbling in sneakers. Well, I remember you were going to get back into that. I just didn't know if you had done it yet or this was going to be like your first little step, I suppose, with sneakers. Clothes don't matter too much apart from your Dark Souls leather jacket. Well, I'm the same. I mean, you see what I'm wearing today. Just freaking oversized. I went to the clothes store. Did you get your clothes? The toilet store?
Very happy with you.
We have a Burlington Coat Factory is what it's called, but they have a section for like big and tall. So I usually go there, and they've always got sales and stuff. But I just bought like 6 shirts. They're all like $3 to $4 each, and they were all this. They were just graphic tees, like oversized. I got a Simpsons, Spider-Man, and couple Ninja Turtles, and like this, that, and I wear Champions sweatpants. Champion sweatpants. So just like slim fitting sweats. It's pretty much what I wear every day. Life of a basketball player, am I right? Sneakers have their own shelf. I used to be that way. Once you have kids, it just doesn't matter anymore. The dad fit? Yeah, basically. And slides. I just wear my slides. Sometimes no socks. Depends how feisty I'm feeling. Yeah, I used to have like every pair of Air Forces. Always had to get the new ones. And then once I started like traveling for basketball and living out of my suitcase, I'm like, well, that's not really viable, is it? To have lots of shoes. I can only take 1 or 2. So I went with the, always had the all whites. So I always, when I traveled, I would always travel with a pair of all white Forces. My slides is what I would wear. So the all white Forces, and then my Timberland boots would be in the suitcase. Just because those were expensive to find and replace.
At least you could stop grunting. Blast
All
it.
white Forces go with everything, and then my slides for every day, just like not wanting to get stuff dirty. That was my suitcase fit for the longest. Wait till grandkids come along. Then it's Dark Souls leather jacket time. Actually, you know what? I've literally never owned a leather jacket. I'm missing out. The leatherest of jackets. I feel like a Ninja Turtles leather jacket would cause some problems. I feel like I could take over a few countries with a Ninja Turtle leather jacket. Late life crisis. Nothing wrong with it. At least your late life crisis is like a leather jacket. Other people, it's like, "Ugh, so I bought a yacht. Honey, don't be mad." God damn it, Eric. Does faux leather count? I'm trying to think if I've even had that. I don't think I've even had that. I do, however, own a like Italian handmade expensive coat, like a sports coat. It's kind of like jackety, and it's like way too expensive. And the only reason I have it is because the lady that does the clothing, the big and tall clothing that I model for sometimes, she just gave it to me. Live in a windy area, so I need to keep that off. Maybe I need one. I live in Oklahoma. It's literally wind every day. I completely forgot how windy it was here until like the day I remember the day I was back, or like I guess the next day. The next day I was sitting outside with my mom, and I was in my head, I'm like, man, it's so windy. I was like, Jesus, it's windy today. I was just thinking that in my head. I didn't say it. And then my mom goes, oh, it's so nice outside. Can't believe there's no wind. I was like, oh yeah, I forgot. They're just used to it here. Yeah, we want to be going that way, I guess. This way? Yeah, we'll do this. Actually, we should just be doing the quests as we go. Might as well, because I forgot we already beat the Colossus.
And that, and that, and that. Stop bleeding. You're staining my clothes.
I would love to have a higher damage output, honestly. Like now that we hit, every time we attack, we land the hit. Now I would just like to be doing more damage, so...
Skull and make it even more flat.
Man, honestly, it's just going to come down to luck, isn't it? Like just getting a better weapon. So I guess we could target farm the shops, like we could keep resetting until we find a good item. It's not the worst idea.
This has to be a very special item.
We got another, what do you call it? A set item. Woman's Hour. They did a fashion feature about so-called biker boots and biker jacket. How about a motorbike? True. Fashion is so like, what is it? It's looks over substance. Like you just go with what looks nice rather than like
The shaman has advised
why
me
you
to
were
cut
wearing
down
it in the
a bit.
first place.
I've got bad circulation, you know.
The only other way I could see you accessorizing with a leather jacket would be like the Chun-Li bracelets. The spike bracelet. It's the only thing I could think of. That or a Casey Jones cricket bat.
Doesn't necessarily mean it's good. You really won't get far with third-class weapons. It must be here somewhere.
You really defeated...
Greetings.
19 damage. Okay. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Oh, ranged weapons mastery. I will need to start putting stuff into other skills soon. I guess now we actually should start thinking like, what skills do we want mastered? In like what order? Because we have Darwin's Sash. Nah, we probably won't use that actually. Because it's, yeah, we don't need that. So we're about to be level 75, and when we do that, we'll be able to master some of our skills. So we'll be able to master 3, I think. So tactics, lore, bargaining, those 2, and then let's go. I suppose the next one would have to be capricious hunter focus, right? Yeah, I guess we just slowly start working on all these to master. Okay. Oh, so we get a further increased chance for critical hits when that levels up. Cool. Goss and metalheads love their Brando style biker jackets. But that's I'll allow it. I'll allow it. All right, let's see if I can not spill this coffee. Oh, that's nice. That is good. That is good. Okay. Dexterity, obviously. Okay. You know what? I'm not too worried about our skills, which ones are mastered, because I feel like they're not going to drastically change our, like, whether we were going to be able to kill something or not. So we'll probably not stress about it too much. We'll just make sure we get tactics and bargaining. We'll just keep those going, and then we'll start mastering other skills one by one, I guess. How do you take your coffee? So it depends. When I was in Melbourne, because they make really good coffee, I would just do like a latte or a cappuccino. Probably I'll do like a almond milk or a soy latte and just have it that way. But here in America, just a black coffee, and I just throw some creamer in there. I guess that's kind of my sweet treat of the day, with a bit of hazelnut creamer.
Maybe I should get it back.
All black. Yeah, I think if I probably would if my parents didn't drink creamer. But since they do, it's there, and I'm like, screw it. But like I said, just all black is just like, I'm a coffee snob a little bit now that I've been to
My clothes.
the coffee capital of the world. Builder's tea? What is that?
More work for the local.
Yeah, I usually have 2 coffees. One in the morning when I wake up. And honestly, I usually only have 1 coffee. But I've been having 2 because I'm when I do these streams, it's just nice to have a coffee, little boost of caffeine midway through. Key, I forgot to tell you, I just got my
And that.
all black is how you taste the bean. All right, man. But is it like instant coffee though? It's not like ground. Like what kind of coffee are you getting? If you're just getting like Folgers or something, just instant coffee. To me, then I'm like, well, it doesn't matter.
And I'll give you another one at the same spot.
What was I saying? Oh yeah, Key, I just got my.
Wrong time.
I ordered another green screen, and I thought I got the same one that I got when I was in Australia. But this one's massive. I didn't set it up today because I don't have lighting, a very good lighting, so I don't know how it would show up. I might put it up for tomorrow, and we'll test it on stream. But could start doing some videos now. Strong enough to dissolve the spoon with milk and very sweet. We were talking about it earlier. I'm not a tea drinker. It's Keurig.
Doesn't necessarily
My bad.
mean it's good.
Okay, my fault, Key. Didn't know you were all bougie. You don't like your background? No, I like the background. It's fine. I just like having. I like having options.
And that.
There are some games or some times where I think the green screen just looks better and cleaner. So I like having it, but definitely for when I'm doing videos and skits and stuff. And I don't necessarily need it or have to have it right now, but I was just like, I don't want to have an idea in my head, like a really creative idea, and then be limited by not having my green screen. Just because it's what I was used to
Wasn't nature.
previously. I actually really like my background here. And if I can get some better extension cords, like some longer ones, I'll actually change my setup a little bit. Because I'm just on a table that's like a mobile table. It can just like roll around. So I want it to be where you facing the outside view. Because it's a really nice view here. Makes sense. Most Americans aren't tea drinkers. Even the ones who drink tea make it in a weird way, like sweet tea. Yeah, true. I never had tea whenever I did play basketball for 1 year while I was in England, but I didn't have their tea. I actually did not do very much like typical British things, I don't think. Other than eat roasts every day. Brown food.
Necessarily mean it's good.
I did have your fish and chips while I was over there, Mithril. And what you guys do to fish and chips over there you should be detained. It should be a war crime.
Give you another one at the same spot.
The first real fish and chips I've had, because I've had Long John Silver's and stuff here in America, but like the first real fish and chips I've had was Australia. And it's like crunchy, it's flaky, it's crisp, really good. When I went to England, it was cod for one. So whenever you get fish and chips in Melbourne, in Australia, it was gummy shark. So it's like a tiny shark, but it's just like, it tastes really fresh and white and flaky. But in England, it was cod. And it was just like a thick piece of fish, and it was like just soggy. Like it was all falling apart because they put so much vinegar on it. And then the lady's like, do you want green pea curry or brown gravy for your fish and chips? And I was like, ketchup? Like tartar sauce? Neither one of those. Green pea curry. Get that out of my face. And that's why I never went back to England. Depends where you go. There's some amazing chippies. Yeah, I only had it twice, and both times I was sorely disappointed. It was, don't get me wrong, it was good, but it's not like when I'm craving fish and chips, it wasn't that. Because they, I actually like vinegar on my fish and chips, but they like, I'm like, give me the vinegar so I can go home and then put it on the fish and chips. So that way it's still crunchy, but taste the vinegar. But they just throw it all on there, and then they wrapped it up, and then we're like, all right, enjoy your ride home. I'm sure this will be great by the time you get home. Soggy paper all over. I was angry. Got to put your tea in the microwave. It's faster. Key over here. Key. I'm just tea. I'm just tea over here losing friends. Oh, another thing I noticed you guys have over there in England is so much of the chocolate is orange flavored. So one of the candies or lollies, whatever, when you go to, like here in America, it's just like everything's like grape, watermelon, strawberry, bubble gum. Like those are like typical candy flavors. Sour apple. You go to Australia and like raspberry. Raspberry's like a big one. Oh, here they've got like banana. Australia's got raspberry is a big one. But when I was in England, like their go-to candy flavor was orange flavor. And like their chocolate, a lot of their chocolate was like orange flavored chocolate. All part of the fish and chips experience. You haven't had fish and chips until you've eaten the paper that's stuck to your cod. One full English breakfast. Yeah. So my favorite thing was the breakfast. That was like the main meal I liked. It was weird getting used to like having beans for breakfast. But now sometimes I kind of crave them. Weirdly enough, one of the best places I ate at in England, it was Mexican food. It was a Mexican food place. It was really, really good. There was not much of that in. Oh, it's pretty good. Oh, wow. We found us a blowpipe, boys. GG's, game over. We did it. That's awesome. 133 to 167 damage, plus 7% chance for critical hits. Chance to fear opponents away. I don't really care about that. But plus 24 stamina, which is good for combat regeneration, and chance to slow opponents. I mean, usually we kill enemies, but good to have. I think this is just a damage socket, so we can't put more damage in it, but it's still stronger than what we had. So it's not a huge upgrade, but the fact that it's an upgrade is good. I also liked your, like after I went out, and those like chicken shops would be open at nighttime. Oh my gosh! I honestly that was probably my favorite meals. Go out, go party, and then on the way home get the. Every place has just like their random like combo meal, so it's like you get like 2 pieces of chicken, you get like kebab meat, so like lamb or chicken like shredded on like some lettuce, and then you get a couple wings, and yeah, just like a mixture, like a random mixture of different meats. And then they just throw tons of garlic sauce over the top of it. You haven't lived. I'm telling you, you have not lived. Showing off, but our chocolate candy is generally seen as much nicer than the US's. Yeah, that's one thing. Definitely not showing off. America's candy and chocolates are pretty cheap, actually, which I didn't realize until going to Australia. And the chocolate, because a lot of theirs is like Cadbury, but it's like it's proper chocolate. It tastes like, I don't know how to explain it, but it's actual chocolate. Whereas in America, it's like it's this weird chocolate flavored taffy. Like the best chocolate you get here in America is like Snickers. It's like Snickers, Three Musketeers, like that's what we would consider chocolate, but you get actual like chocolate bars. OP. Where in the UK? I was in Sheffield. Right by the university. So we're not gonna do this fight just yet. We're just going to get to the point where we can do the fight. And then we're gonna level to 72
I think I'm almost
or
there.
73, and then we'll be lived in Rotherham till he was in his 30s. Level 94. Wow. Where is that in relation to Sheffield?
And another one because it was so much fun.
I didn't travel much because, for one, I was only there for 4 or 5 months. But while I was there, I couldn't drive because I only had my American license, and the club wouldn't let me drive on it. If I had an Australian license, they would have, but so I just didn't. Ended up not getting doing a new test and getting a license and all that, so I just didn't drive while I was there, which was annoying because I didn't get to travel as much as I wanted. Sheffield about as far from the sea. Yeah, it definitely tasted like frozen cod. Oh, just across the valley? Okay. Man, some of those drives in England were crazy. Like just being on the road and barely enough space for like a car to fit, but then 2 cars need to fit on there. And then the bushes and the trees, like that line the side of the road, there was like a divot all the way along them where you could tell where people's mirrors had like carved out a little path. It was so cool. Like that's how narrow the roads were. But then like it was very, very hilly. But it's exactly what you see like in the paintings and pictures of like hills, but having like these fenced off farms, I suppose, that had like sheep and little cottages. It was such a nice like little drive, nice views and stuff. I would have loved to like stay out there. And like I said, I wish I would have played there a few more years, but the situation I was in was just a really shitty one. Wasn't worth it. Wasn't enough money to be putting up with the spot I was at. So I went back to Australia. But yeah, it's definitely something I want to do. Just go like stay out in the countryside. It was super peaceful, so nice. And the house we had was like a 3-story house, very old. Like all the houses were old out there, were in the area we were. But I could like barely fit. Like the stairs were so narrow, the doorways were so narrow. Everything was super creaky. Driving instructor, our roads are interesting. They're more like footpaths. Annoying. Move. There we go. So sometimes you'll see my character just freeze like that, not move. That's some of the stuff I didn't notice why that was happening when I was younger, but obviously the enemies use skills and spells too. So sometimes those shamans, they'll like root you to the ground so you can't move. Other characters and other enemies can stun you. Some of these other orcs, like if they hit you with certain skills, like you'll be stunned so you can't move. So this is one of those games where, and I like it, where the enemies can pretty much have the same skills and spells you have. But like you just have to be aware of what's going on behind the scenes, and the only way you learn is like just randomly dying. I mean, like, why did I die? And then go try to figure it out. So it's good and it's bad. It's not very accessible to new players, but it's, if you like deep diving into, if you want a video game that's going to last you a lifetime, there you go. Sacred 2. Enemies shouldn't use skills, spells, or heal themselves. I generally agree with you, actually. I generally agree. But I think when you're playing, I think games like this, they 100% should, because when you can overcome it, you want to feel powerful. I think that's part of the allure. Some games I want to feel powerful very easily, like just give me the bigger gun and let me kill as many enemies as possible. But games like this, I want it to feel like the enemies have their builds, we have our build, and now it's like, who can make the better build? The more efficient build. I think that's cool. We all level. We all have different equipment. Only 5'10", and you've given yourself a concussion in some houses. Well, 5'10's pretty tall over there. For like the way the majority of the houses and things are built. Yeah, I felt like everything was just miniature. I think where I was going with that key, I think there's only a few times I hate scripted enemies. So when you were saying like healing themselves, I hate enemies that can just unlimitedly heal themselves. But games where enemies heal themselves, but they have like a mana pool and then they can run out of mana, I think that's really cool. Or they have like, you know, some of the Pokemon games, for example, like they might have one item so they can heal themselves one time. I like that feeling at least because it's like, well, my Pokemon's allowed unlimited heals pretty much because I've got my backpack. Surely they can be allowed one. But then the ones that let you only take your one item into battle and you beat them, it feels like, oh yeah, that was a fair fight and I beat them. It just feels better sometimes. Am I streaming today? I don't know. I'll think about it. I'll get back to you once I decide. What up, Nico? Spamming La Potion. I don't mind when they have a limited mana pool, like me. Yeah, I think it's really cool when it's done like that because you can tell like a lot of thought went into it about the balancing. But you know what one of my biggest pet peeves as of late with video games is boss phases. When they have their invincibility. I think that's the stupidest thing ever. So when you're fighting a boss and you do so much damage and it just cuts off. And it's like, nope, you can't do more damage because it's got to change into its next phase. For me, I'm like, no, let me do the damage. And if I kill it too fast, then fuck it, I never saw the next phase. If you want the phase to happen, then you need to script the fight better. But what game was I playing recently where every single boss, was that Diablo? Was that Diablo 4? Every single boss pretty much had 3 phases. And once you got a boss down, yeah, it was Diablo 4. I fucking hated that. Final Fantasy 16, I was okay with it then. Because if you're going to script out the boss fight to where the environment changes, the boss actually like, the whole theme of the boss fight changes, that makes sense to me. I'm like, okay, phases make sense in Final Fantasy 16. And all of them were different. It's not like you ran into the exact same. Get his health a third of the way down, and then he drops 2 potions for you, and then you can't hit him for a while he does his attacks. Like you have to dodge, and then the fight starts again. I'm like, I just want to be playing. I don't want to do damage and then have to just run around and dodge. And I've noticed that in a lot of games lately, a lot of games are using that mechanic because they want to have multiple phases. But it's like, no, multiple phases are cool, but when it's done well. If you're not going to script the fights well, just make the whole fight the same way then. That's fine. That's okay. Like, not every boss has to have 3 different, like, phases. But if they are, each phase should be cool and fun. And if I can out-damage during the phase change, then let me do that. Elden Ring has a couple bosses that have, like, multiple phases, but you can damage them while they're changing. It does scale your damage. And same as Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight does this with, Jesus, with the Knight. With the Hollow Knight, yeah. In a couple of those boss fights, like, you can still do damage while they're changing, but instead of doing like 5 damage per attack, you do 1 damage per attack. So it's like, it's worth it to keep attacking to get his health down, but like, you're not just going to completely skip the phase. I think that's fine. Worst RPG OST. Really? Actually, you know what? I've only really I liked the soundtrack to Final Fantasy 16 because of when the fights were happening. The soundtrack sounded great, but I do not I do not enjoy listening to Final Fantasy 16 soundtrack away from the game at all. So you might be onto something there. Kingdom Hearts allows you to skip phases, but only if you're really good. So not me. Depends on the game. It can get a bit much, even in Souls games. But to no depth, no elemental interactions. Oh, 16. I was combining them. Yeah, so I think boss phases went, again, just like most things. If you're going to add it to a game, make it make sense. So a boss phase is cool when there's like a reason for it or when it's done well. But just to be like, okay, we have this boss fight. How do we split it into 3 phases? It's like, you don't have to. It doesn't need 3 phases. You don't have to do that. Like Diablo 4 tried to build, it was so formulaic. Like every boss fight had to be around a specific pattern. So annoying. You hope 17 is turn-based? I think, looking at Key, what's that game coming out that you're super excited for? Expedition 33. I kind of agree, Nico, because that game looks really fun and it's turn-based. I feel like if Final Fantasy 17 could do something new with its combat system but still make it turn-based, that'd be pretty exciting. It is about time for an exciting turn-based game. Especially since Remake built on all the combat from 15 and 13, 15, 16. It built on all that. So yeah, I think it doesn't need to keep going that direction. We've already got Remake and Rebirth. All right. Ooh. Okay, we're starting to get some strong weapons. 133 to 167. 179 to 219. Only problem is, again, no sockets, but we'll see. Let's see what this... Damage goes up a lot, so let's actually give it a try for a bit. Mad trash because of that game. Is Expedition 33... Is that a Square Enix game? Metaphor ReFantazio is coming out in October. Yeah, that game looks awesome. I feel like it's getting a lot of praise though, because there's a lot of Persona fans that think this is going to be a new Persona. And I feel like it's going to be a very good game for Atlas fans, but I don't think it'll be Persona. Like, that makes sense. So I think I'm excited for it. I think it's going to be great. I think a lot of people are excited for the wrong reasons, though. 17 coming 2031, if we're lucky. Hope for Avowed. It's looking half decent. Which one was Avowed? 2030 steadily approaching soon. Stop. Not a Square Enix game. People are saying that Square... Oh, okay. No, that makes sense. I mean, I feel like Square's been doing fine. Well, actually, no. With Final Fantasy, I think they've been doing fine. But I mean, they're never, with Final Fantasy fans, you're never going to make everyone happy. All right, darting assault is down to 2.3 seconds. So we can actually probably use this now. I just want to test it out. I want to see if it's Persona-like features, I guess, but not. This is about to be an Atlas banger. I think so too, and I think what I'm excited for about it is just like they can take this story wherever they want because it's a new iteration into the series. Like they don't have to follow like a specific formula or anything. So I'm excited for the story. New characters and stuff. New world. Alright, this bow is actually, it's putting in some work. And darting assault. Oh yeah, we're back, boys. We are back. Same time as Elder Scrolls 6. I don't even know. I'm actually looking forward to the next Elder Scrolls / Fallout game because I feel like they learned what not to do, hopefully, with Starfield. Don't try to be like all the other AAA games. Just give us an open sandbox and some cool quests. Did I use all the potions?
Special wishes for the funeral.
No. Okay.
Item.
Far from doing fine. Yeah, I've been so focused on Final Fantasy 7, so I'm happy. But yeah, all their other stuff, they've been doing what every game company has been doing, is like they're just dabbling in like, how do we make a quick buck? How do we follow the same trends as Fortnite? How do we follow the same trends as like these gacha games? It's like, dude, Square, just do the stuff you do and you'll be fine. NFTs, Jesus. Oblivion 2006, Skyrim 2011, Elder Scrolls 6 3005. Set in the Pillars of Eternity universe, I think. Ooh, that could be cool. Is it what is it? First person? Third person? Bethesda, the idea they learn from their mistakes is laughable. I mean, I'm trying here. I like Bethesda games. That's the problem. I want them to do well. All their games are the same. What do you guys think is the best gaming company? Like what game company right now is doing a great job? And I have an idea. I've got mine that I think is doing the best. What gaming company do you, other than like MiHoYo and gacha games, what do you think is a game company that's doing well and is like not getting sucked into all the other bullshit and has a strong identity? Yo, what up, Pokori? How are you? Kingdom Hearts 4 trailer in my dream. It's actually fire. That's actually how they're gonna advertise the next Kingdom Hearts. They're gonna infiltrate everyone's dreams in real life. It's an action RPG? Oh, wait. Is it the Dragon Age? It's not Dragon Age, right? EA? Yeah. You have an Atlas bias? You think Atlas is doing well? Well, I think Atlas did get caught up into it, but I think it went so far under the radar, no one's harping on it. But Digital Devil Saga, the new one, or the newest one that came out like last year, I think they got caught up in the hype and day one expansions and stuff. Larian? Yeah, I think Larian and FromSoft for sure. But mine was going to be Larian. I feel like, yeah, most games are all trying to do what FromSoft does, it seems like. And they just can't capture the magic. Nintendo? Well, actually, Nintendo, they're assholes, but they know what they're doing. Atlas make the dumbest decisions? How do you mean? Strongest identity? I think so too, but well, at the moment anyways. No, what was the major assholes? What was the game that it was it Digital Devil Summoner? Was that the one that came out last year? Yeah, Larian's Baldur's Gate 3, Divinity. Talk to Denzel about Atlas, but he's asleep. Oh, Pokori doesn't like Baldur's Gate. PS2 games. Yeah, what was the... What was the newest one? The most recent one that came out? I was just trying to look it up. Came out last year. Just refused to ever play it again. Me and Key might need a fourth. Are you sure? Wait, do we have 3 people, Key? And I mean ever? You always forget the name of it? Well, yeah. Anyways, that game, they definitely were trying their sauce of like dip their toes into what's hot. Not you trying to drag me in. I don't know what you're talking about. It was a Persona-like? Yeah, it was. It was a monster capturing. No, it was like it was a RPG. But it was one that I was wanting to play, and then once I saw how it had day one DLC that you had to pay for, I was like, no thanks. And then everyone else talked about it, and they were like, yeah, it was an okay game, whatever. Session in Diablo 4 when the new class comes out. Wait, what's the new class? Paladin? And isn't there another one? When you sneak in here. So what you mean caught up in the hype? So they've got like SMT, they've got Persona, like they've got their main ones, even the new one that they're working on, Fantasio. But then they did that game, and it was like very, like I said, it had a lot of the trends of release the game, and then do like a day one DLC that people can buy, the pre-order bonus sort of thing. Like it was a bunch of like money grab sort of tactics. It was really annoying. You always have to pay for DLC. 100%. I'm willing to pay for DLC. So like Elden Ring coming out with DLC, buying that. DLC for this. Yeah, I'll do the DLC for this, but in Niobium. So in the next difficulty, we'll do it. Because I'm going to try to do majority of the quests that I can in Niobium. Day one DLC, though, I think is very shitty. Because it means the game is done. All of the content is done. It's not extra. DLC should be extra content. DLC should not be content that's in the game that I bought that you're making me pay extra to unlock that's already in there. DLC is supposed to be like, we're adding this into the game that's already a full game. The Neon Green game. Work pulled me away from chat. Indentured servant. Spiritborn? What is that? Oh. Elden Ring together? So you're a fan of Elden Ring and not Baldur's Gate, huh? Financial services advisor. They need an HR officer. That's what Blizzard needs to release. Human resources officer. Might help their company. Yeah, I'm upset that they did DLC, day one DLC. DLC, cosmetic skins, all that stuff, I don't mind. It's fun. I think skins that in a PvP game are pay to win. I don't like that. I don't like day one DLC. I think that's just lazy. It means like they you could tell they plan just either release your game a little bit later when it's fully finished, or release the DLC like a couple months later. But doing it day one is like you knew what you were doing. Oops. We'll keep that. 18 damage. Cool. Oh, we got it. We got a unique blowpipe. It's not drastically stronger, but it does have a socket. So let's, it goes down like 200 though. Hold on. 1500. All right, let's see how much stronger we can make that. Those two games are very different. Was so whack. How are you going to re-release a game as a definitive version with extra content and still not have all the content? Wait, what do you mean? I didn't play all of Persona 5, obviously. At least make the lie look less obvious. Facts. I never played the game. I just think it's kind of a silly reason to not play a game. What? So, would you ever not eat, like, let's just say there was farm or factory farmed chickens, and then there's free range chickens. So some chickens that are raised with care and they get all the walking space in the world, and then there's these chickens over here that are stuffed into cages and never get to like interact with other chickens other than like being shoved into these cages. And let's just say they all cost the same amount of money. Would you pay for the chickens that are free range? Probably, right? That's how I felt with that game. I've got so many games to play that if you're going to charge me $40 extra on day one, I'm just going to play a different game. I'll play Baldur's Gate 3, which is going to have far more hours. And which is going to have far more hours and not, oh, that's a little better, and not do that. Does that make sense? But if people came out and said, wait, actually this game is a really good game and it got really good reviews, then it's like, okay, it was shitty that you tried to sell me on day one DLC and make me pay extra. But if it's a really good game and worth it, then I'll pay for it. But if it's just an average game, then I'm like, what's the point? I've got other games that cost the same amount and they're better. Soul Hackers 2. There you go. Thank you. You still live? I am still live. There's no way of knowing if these other companies didn't already have the DLC done and just waited to release it. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, if I buy a game that's $70 and the game says, look, this game's gonna last you about 40 to 50 hours. For me, I go, you know what? That's worth $70. A game that's going to last me that many hours. I can make like an informed decision. And then on top of that, they go, hey, I know you've got your 40 or 50 hours out of the game. We're adding DLC. You can get another 20 hours out of this DLC that costs this much money. It's like, okay, I can make another informed decision. But when you put out a game and go, this game is 40 hours, and like if you sell the game on day one, and then you're like, and the DLC for this game is $20 and it adds another 20 hours. It's like, wait, so I'm buying the game and the DLC, like the content, is actually just locked behind. So really you're trying to just get me to pay. You're actually trying to just get me to pay full price for 75% of your game, and then you're going to unlock the rest of your game for $20 more. That's weird. That's weird to me. There's no need to buy the DLC until you beat the game, and when you do beat it, it's readily available. Yeah, that's weird, Key. I think that's terrible. I think that's terrible business practice. So if other people say it's good, not if you think it's good. Interesting. Yeah, I think if a game is good, well, what I'm saying, Key, is like I'll play Soul Hackers 2 on sale way down the line because I don't want, like, I'm not going to pay full price when a company's trying to nickel and dime like all my money. That means their focus wasn't on the game anyways. It was trying to sell as much as I could. No thanks. I'll buy it when it's on sale. I don't think that's too crazy of a statement. You forgot all about Soul Hackers? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Imagine I would have spent the $100 on it for a game that had no staying power. Metal Gear Collection.
One less.
It's an interesting perspective. I don't think it's a crazy perspective. I mean, that's how you vote with your wallet, right? Of course, you don't think it's crazy. It's your belief. See, I don't think it's crazy. It's my belief. I also don't think it's crazy for people that pay full price for games day one, no matter what either. But what I'm saying is, how does that not make sense to you? Like, I'm not going to pay. It all comes down to perspective. Yeah, so what I'm saying, Key, is like, I already have a lot of games that I need to play. Let's say Baldur's Gate 3, for example. I know the quality that's gone into it, and I know I don't have to pay extra, and I know there's like hundreds of hours of gameplay there. And it's $70 with no day one DLC. I'll play that game first, and then I'll make my Soul Hackers 2 decision some other time when it's not over $100 to do. All right, we're going to fight Octogalamus. We should be fine. Hopefully, I'm just going to spam potions. He does do an attack, though, that can... We've lost our mount here a couple times, so we're going to see. You don't agree with it? I think if I could explain it better, I think you probably would. Like, if... What's a game that you like? Called that game Lil Zane, pretty much. I decide to buy a game if I have an interest in the game one way or another. But something like that doesn't take part in my decision making. So what's the most recent game you've bought, Key? What's the most recent game you bought? Shit. He's actually doing a lot of damage. Hold on. Gamers, we did it. Easy. Easy. Get out of my face. Monarch for PS5. What is Monarch? When is the Nintendo Direct, Nico?
Robbing a living thing of its freedom, that contradicts the will
GG.
of nature.
Thanks, mate. We did it. He's usually not a big problem boss, but... Ooh, +3 all skills. Wait. No, I don't think we can put a... Okay, we can't do that. $2 a.m. my time? I don't know. I mean, is that today or? Modern tactics game, but I truly do understand your perspective. No, I get that. What I'm trying to explain is like, I feel like part of the reason video game companies get really out of hand with doing that sort of stuff is because people, it's exactly the reason I don't do, it's exactly the reason I'm not a fan of the gacha system. When people are like, do I think that people should be able to spend their money on whatever they want? 100%. Like, it's your money, do whatever you want. But when the company lies about your chances of getting a character or lies about your chances of getting a specific thing, I go, that's pretty fucked up. If they say like 1 out of 70 tries, you'll get a character, then it's like, oh, that makes sense. But when it's like, when it says 1 out of 70, but in reality it's like 1 out of 100, I go, I'm not gonna play that game because that's pretty fucked up. That's shitty marketing. That's bad business practice. That's what Genshin Impact did multiple times. And then the government the government had to put some laws in place and and not allow them to do that. And then now it's fixed and now it's fine. But for me, I'm like, well, no, you've already crossed that line of like fucking with people, like trying to get away with whatever you can, when really it's just code in a game. Like, how much money do you want, man? He was giving me those hands at first. I know. He was doing a ton of damage. I think he does more damage when he has all of his tentacles. Oh, it's tonight? I'll probably watch it then. I'll probably watch it. Hajime no Ippo. Did I say that right? So tomorrow for me. Oh, tomorrow? I'll probably watch it then. If it's during stream, maybe we can watch it during stream. Take a break from the grind. You feel like that should have been part of the game instead of DLC since it was already done? Feel like they gave us an incomplete game or selling us the rest with day? Yeah, that's how I feel. Whether that's a good enough reason for not buying a game, I don't know. But for me personally, when businesses do that sort of stuff, I'm just off it. And then if I did want to play it, but if it's a game if it's Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, for example, Final Fantasy VII Remake, Square doesn't, I had to buy the game because I had it on PC or whatever. Yeah, I had it on PC and I bought the game on PS4, but then when the PS5 came out and I wanted to play Intergrade, you had to rebuy it on PS5. Pretty sure, yeah. And I thought that was very shitty, but Final Fantasy VII is also my favorite game of all time, and so I rebought it. So it's not like it's an ultimate line in the sand, but it's like if you're just a random game that's wanting me to come over and give it a try, well, I'll get it on sale. I don't really care about soul hackers. From my perspective, any company could be doing that and just holding on to it for a period of time for the illusion of waiting. Well, the reason companies don't do that, Key, the reason it's scary to do that is because if you sell someone a full game for $75 or $70 and they're still interested in 2 months' time for the DLC or 5 months' time for the DLC, then you probably gave them a pretty good product to begin with. But if you're trying to sell me on day one DLC, you probably don't think your game is good enough to hold me over for a couple months to get the DLC later. That's what I'm saying. How do I know if I want to play the DLC if I haven't even played the game? Why would you try to sell it to me day one? It's weird. Pretty controversial. I know, it's like there's no reason to do it. Just charge $100 for the full game. Is there a price? Do you think a company, Key, should be able to charge whatever they want for their video game? Like if like should games just be able to charge like $5 extra for their game for like no reason? The only reason you know that game is because the day one DLC. Maybe it was a marketing tactic, yeah. Got a remake for free on PS4. Did you have to rebuy Integrate? Is that what it was? No, you had to buy the PS5. That's right. You had to buy the PS5 version for sure. Difficult question to answer. In some ways, yes, but I can't tell you the parameters because I'm not a dev. I know cost of game making is astronomical these days because they're making movies. So my perspective key is that there should be some rules in place for what people are able to charge. And look, if it's $2 or $3 here and there, whatever. But a game company just deciding to charge more money for a video game that's supposed to last what, 30 hours, 40 hours or whatever. So you're buying it under the guise that it's supposed to last you that long. Now that company also selling like DLC on top of it and adding it into like a one-day package, like the same package on the first day, I think is insane. Like, because then companies will just start being like, that new Atlas game, whatever, coming out, Fantasio coming out, and it's a $80 game, and they're like, but it's $90 for the DLC, and it's $10 for the extra DLC that comes on top of that, and then there's the third DLC. So in total, it's $110. And let's say you go, well, I don't want to buy all the DLC. I just want to play the main game. And you play the game, and let's just say it ends at Chapter 7. To play Chapter 8, you got to buy the DLC. It's like, well, that's stupid. Now, basically, it's a $110 game now for what should be costing me $70 for a full game. That's my thoughts. That's the reason I feel strongly about those sort of things. Ooh, okay, we found a unique bow. This is our first one of the run, and definitely stronger than what we have. But that's the reason I feel strongly, not because like one game fucked up, but it's more so like if you just extrapolate it and allowed everyone to do whatever they wanted, they would all be trying to take our money, and I don't have the energy to constantly check how much I'm going to get out of a game, and I don't want companies constantly trying to fool people either. There should be an agreement on both sides that this is about what you're going to get and this is about what you're going to pay. Let's agree not to do day one DLCs. +3 all skills. 19 damage. All right. So we'll... Oops.
This has to be a very special item.
Yeah, that bow should be way stronger. I don't play DLC. I've never bought DLC. No game ever does that though. Well, I heard 15 did that. HD patch integrated and it's $70. I don't know, Nico. Have never bought DLC. Same thing with games like Lion King, Aladdin, SNES games with the HD patch being sold at current generation's price. I think this obsession with amping the graphics has to end too. Would rather play a game with a unique art style that's... Yeah, I think that's... And part of that's Unreal Engine, Pokori. All the new AAA games kind of look very samey. And you beat plenty of games. It's going to take 7 years. You telling me I didn't beat games... Wait, you telling me I didn't beat any games because I never beat the DLC? That's kind of wild. Who? Who said that? They're hiring actors and filming movies in their games and can't sell their games higher than $70. Yeah, but I don't think everyone's asking for that. I think like the company gets to decide how much they spend, right? You said that earlier. telling me I didn't beat any games because I never beat the DLC. Ooh. Didn't have our weapon equipped.
Who or what may have created you? It definitely wasn't nature.
Yeah, my thing is anything, right? When it's like capitalism, when it's the reason I like capitalism is because generally, not always, but generally the market dictates what it wants. So Soul Hackers, the big issue it had, Key, was the day one DLC. Enough people, including myself, felt it was enough of a reason not to buy it.
That's the purpose of the exercise.
And yeah, it got a lot of flack for it. And also, it was just not a great game. So for me, I feel like I'm more in line with like the market or how it kind of is with things. But there are also games, there are also things that I want to play that I don't really care what the market says. I'm just going to act how I want to. So that's not what makes my decision. But when I'm indifferent about a game or I don't know if I want to play it, that helps me solidify that decision. Whereas Elden Ring, I love FromSoft, and I think they make really good decisions with their games, and they give quality with their DLCs. And I bought the game twice. I had it on PC, and I played it for like 30 hours, and then I hated sitting at my desk playing it. And we got the PS5, so then I bought it on PS5. You asked me if I think they should be able to charge more. I said it's difficult to answer because if they put that much into it, I'd expect to spend 70 plus. Well,
Ooh, it's the great vision.
I guess,
Only miss the
yeah,
calmness of the forest
they
once
should be able to
The dryad was better with the
charge whatever they want. But the problem is, like, I actually think that's what's happening at the moment. Games are charging extra for the DLC. They're charging more for the day one stuff. They're charging more for the skins. And then a lot of those companies aren't making their money back because they're spending so much money on the graphics and skins and all these upselling things. And they forgot to just make a good game. So I actually do think that is what's happening. And you're starting to see the success of games like Hollow Knight, fucking Hades, all these smaller studios that are doing a really good job, and people coming back to like indie games and stuff now because there's so much AAA bloat. I just don't really empathize much with companies,
And I'll give you another
especially when it comes to like making video games. With the actual game developer and the actual like artists and that stuff I do, but with like shareholders trying to maximize like your profits, I'm like, it just doesn't quite work. Very ghetto. I can dig that 100%. I never played Soul Hackers. I don't know anything about it. I got no ties to it. Yeah, well, mine is I'm a fan of Atlas. I like the company. But them doing that quick money grab, it was like, oh no, I understand what this game is. This isn't your A team. Like SMT5, for example, or Persona. You don't need to sell any gimmicks. Like Persona 3, the remaster, it's still like $100 or something on Steam. And there's a reason. It's because everyone loves it and people are still paying $300 or $100 for it. They're willing to. And then they're leaving it because they're like, it's a good enough product that people are going to keep buying it. Whereas, like trying to sell something, like trying to put something else out there. Well, let's make something else worth $100 because people will buy it. It's like, no, people are buying it because it was a good product. Don't try to just sell me something. Give me a good product, I'll buy it. I think our damage is going to go through the roof with this. Actually, we have a 19, don't we? Yeah. It's only 100 more actually, but we do get life leech, all skills as well. Okay, yeah, this bow is probably better. Ruin gaming, in all honesty. Yeah, the ability for developers to just do DLC whenever kind of did. Get a whole burger meal with the works and french fries and get bacon for DLC. Now you get buns, meat, and cheese, and everything else is DLC. Yeah, that's definitely an issue. And I think companies, it's frustrating. Companies obviously are beholden to their shareholders, so they won't invest in making a game if they don't think that game can make it a lot of money. So Diablo 4, perfect example. The people that really cared and wanted to make Diablo 4 like a great game, they can't go into that meeting and go, here's all the plans we have for Diablo 4. We want to make it, we want it to last, thousands of hours. We want people to enjoy the leveling process the whole way. We want it to be a dark theme. We want the story to be like this. Like those shareholders, they don't care. They're just like, yeah, but how many subscriptions can you sell? How many cosmetics can you sell? How many? So I understand a lot of that comes into it. That's my frustration with day one DLC. If I really believed a company like, if I really believed a company was like, look, we've really been strapped for time and the company is making us put out the game early, and the developers, look, we just didn't feel like the game was complete, so we're going to add this DLC as well that you can buy on day one. I think that's a different story, but I seriously doubt that's the that's not the reason these companies do day one DLC. And imagine they did say that. Imagine they did do a press conference and like that's the message they sent out. Like people would be like, oh, okay, yeah, makes sense. Like completely agree. That's fine. But they didn't even do that. So when people didn't buy, they're like, ah, yeah, you got us. We tried.
Sounds like you found your
Scrambled had day one DLC. Also, Atlas loves to take their time for international releases. Had secret skins and characters and cheat codes. Now it's all gone. True. No more Mystique. Cyberpunk 2077 caught the shareholder bullet shell. I remember that. That was one of those games that I was excited for years. And then all that. Cyberpunk is exactly a game where I did that same thing, Key. I've still not played it to this day because of all the stuff that happened. Now people are like, hey, it's a really good game, and they fixed a lot of the bugs, and a lot of the stuff is better. DLC is great. And I bought it on sale, and I'll play it eventually. But it's like the company tried to screw people over. I'm not buying it now. But then they fixed it and went back and tried to make it better. I'm like, okay, it's probably worth playing now. I guess that's kind of what I was getting at. Whenever there's a lot of issues around a game, I'll wait and see.
good day. I don't understand. You want to learn? An impressive speech. Even if I have a
Like Genshin Impact did something else the other day where it was like, it like screwed people over. Not the other day, sorry. This was a while back. This was like months ago. It like screwed people over. Oh no, it was the other day where they had the description wrong on like one of the items on one of the weapons. So a ton of people were like obviously spending thousands of dollars for this weapon. And then they got it and it didn't do what it said it was. It was like misinterpreted. And so MiHoYo apparently like they gave everyone like $2 worth of that sort of stuff pisses me off. I'm like, just give the people that spent money, all the money on it, just give them the correct item. Give them a free item. Because to you, it probably costs, yeah, it's going to cost you like a couple thousand, but you've already made hundreds and hundreds of thousands. Or it's going to cost you like hundreds of thousands, but you've made millions.
Become one with nature.
Just that sort of stuff I hate. The story in Cyberpunk, we went back for a second playthrough recently. Is it all better now? Bought it day one and it slapped. Stopped playing because it crashed too much. Yeah, the crashing was part of it. That's the main reason I didn't play it, because everyone was like, it's unplayable. That's what I'm saying, Key. I shouldn't pay full price for a game that I can't finish, right?
That's how this game works.
It's alright. So you don't catch a nudity violation, just a heads up? What if I want one? Just buff the item? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, just fix it. Just fix the problem. Don't try to, like, keep all the money from the mistake you made and then, like, placate people. It's alright, you fucked up. Things happen. People are going to spend thousands of dollars in your game anyways. It's fine. Just fix it. Walk into a strip club in Cyberpunk and every damn NPC has the same dialogue. So not realistic, huh? So immersion breaking. Actually, that's what a real strip club is like, Nico. Everyone's a bot. They all talk. They all say the exact same thing.
They're pulling out
So
all
maybe
the
they're on to
stops for
something.
me.
Game telling me about its lunch yesterday. Gotta head out. See you later, Key. Thanks for chilling. Hopefully I didn't keep you from doing your work.
I'm very close to the target area.
Back from the angels.
Dragon scales. All right.
Now that I think about it, Final Fantasy 15 was a perfect example of like what I was saying to Keith. So like Cyberpunk, I guess that's what. Yeah, I guess that's the whole conversation. I wish he was still here. But that's kind of what I'm saying. Like if a company releases a game and it's not finished, and everyone's complaining about it, and they're like, game's not finished, keeps crashing. Even if I want to play the game, I probably won't. Like I'm not gonna buy it. But especially if that company also on top of that did like a day one DLC. So now when I see companies do stuff like that, I just assume their game is like pretty shitty, or if they cut corners here, they probably cut corners elsewhere. So then I just wait later on. I'm like, oh, I'll wait to see the review, see if it's a good game, see if it works, see if they did rush it out or not before I like commit to buying. Lizard? What about? Damn, the blowpipe might be way... Damn, might be better, but all of our skills go down when we... Because we get all skills to that, so... I don't know.
Crikey, hello there.
You're right.
Hello there.
Let's not waste any time.
Thank you very much.
Even if I don't have anything to do, I'll beat you to death.
So you know what? For just the normal enemies, I think the blowpipe is way better. Look how quickly they die. But I think if we're gonna fight the boss, having more health and everything is probably better. That part. Yeah, I think I just did a really bad job of explaining what I was trying to say. But that's basically how I feel. And again, this is because there are so many games and companies out that like do a good job. So like there's no need to take really that many risks anymore. So many games are coming out all the time. We kind of have that luxury now of like Diablo 4 burnt me so bad. I probably won't day one buy another game for a while, unless it's just something I must have.
That wasn't so bad after all. 'Not enough to be the champion shot of the village. You'll
It's
have
only
to practice a bit
5:30.
more.
Beard shaving stream win. It has to be for something. It's got to be like a milestone or something. Can't just do it for no reason. What was it for last time? Why'd I shave my beard last time on stream?
The next one won't be so gentle. Death also, but another.
19 inches of Venom statue. I can get behind that. Crazy.
You should speak to the slaves.
Something with Rude cosplay? No, I know we did Rude cosplay, but I thought... Remember I shaved on stream. I think it was a...
And I'll give you another one at the same
Did someone donate? Yeah, I think someone donated. So I was doing... You're right. It was the Rude cosplay, but then people were like, he doesn't have a beard. And I was like, okay, if we raise... And it was something like that. And then... Pretty sure everyone donated, like, instantly.
I expected more from you.
And so I went and shaved my beard.
I'm eager to see what type of person this Black Hammer is.
Vegemite? Ugh. Never again. That was... Ugh. I still remember that.
The maggots have taken out their napkins already. The maggots have taken out their napkins already.
Try to end Doc Ock. What are you eating before you go to bed, Nico, to have dreams like that? 15 is another example. Of which part? El Toro? Or were you asking me to finish the story? Final Fantasy 15, when it was first released, yeah, just falling apart. Like, the story wasn't quite finished. Like, they just had so many development problems in the studio. You know, Tetsuya Nomura, just like a lot of disagreements there. And they still put together this game and released it. And, you know, it's full price. But it's like we didn't get a full-priced finished product. But they went back and fixed up a lot of things and then re-released it as Royal Edition and some DLCs. And I'm like, when a company does that, I'm like, okay, I get it. But I hate when companies are just allowed to like, no, let's just give half a product and no one will care. And I had no beard back when we first met. Crazy, forever ago. Pasta. Hot chip challenge. Man, I forgot about all these things.
Thank you very much.
Oops. All right. What is this? 128. Oh, but it's perception. Okay. So, here's what I want to do. So the red dragon is coming up. And he's pretty tough. So I want to at least get this next level, what, 74? Let's get to bring back Bean Boozle. Let's get to level 74 at least before we fight this guy. Because these are the next two run enders here, Red Dragon and Karnak. Because you kept eating vile things on stream. You guys enjoyed it, okay? I was here for the peoples. Never again, though. All about me. Oh, yeah, that was terrible.
Dude, you have a drool problem.
All right, yeah, it's official. The blowpipe is just like way more efficient, even though our damage goes down like 200. Those were always a good time. I hated them. What'd we have? Dish soap, dirty sock, all the good stuff. FF7 has a red dragon too. Maybe they're in the same universe. Could be. That boss fight was tough. That redeem was heavily abused. After a while, I had to start making things more expensive because everyone was doing the Bean Boozle. What was the other one? Yeah, the spicy one. Oh, that was the worst. Whenever we had those the spicy jelly beans, when I was trying to raise money for, was that for the PS5? And Lapadian joking had me eat the whole rest of the package, and I was actually sick. It actually made me sick because it was all trying to eat it just turned into one big like ball of goo, and it was all spicy. Ugh. Yeah, that was probably the worst thing. It helped us get a PS5, but that was probably the worst thing I ate. That was right on par with Vegemite.
And another one because it was so much fun. I guess you orcs don't put an emphasis on oral hygiene.
Sora could come here. It's all connected. Enabled Cabra pretty bad back then. I know, I'm keeping things in check for now. For now. True, Cabra. No challenge was safe around you. Not many games were played back then.
Fall over right away. That was only the beginning.
Oh yeah, that AoE go burr. Literally, listen to the noise. We somehow need to get to like level 90 to 100.
Might be a close call.
Before we get to platinum as well, niobium.
Wrong time, wrong place, orc.
So yeah, I guess that's definitely a next stream. I think will be a heavily based on leveling, and because I'm gonna hopefully buy this thing that lets me play with controller. It won't be so bad.
Very much.
Damn, that's still not caught up. Okay. Oh, finally. Okay, so that's finally caught up. Highest skill level without penalty. So it's technically not mastered though, because it's not level 75. Oh, okay. No. Hold on. Sorry, chat. We do have to level one more time because we need to get to level 75, which will allow us to master a couple skills, which will, I don't know, give us a better chance against Red Dragon. So that's the goal. We're going to level to 75, then go fight this mofo. Hopefully beat him. I feel pretty confident then. Coldest coffee of all time.
I won't be able to win this fight without a curative watering place.
Should I? No, I guess we should have quite a few orcs here. They should have reset because we've been to like different regions and stuff. And they're still scaling levels with us, which is good, so. Theoretically, we could probably level here for a long time, but I don't think I will. I think once we get to 75, that's probably enough to just move on, get through the desert, kill the scorpion, get through the swamp. Oh no, swamp first, then desert. And then we'll do some more leveling once we get to that area, the forest. How boring has this been for you guys, just watching me ride around on this lizard grinding levels for a week straight? Damage output is so good. This is the best character, the best build I've ever had. Mainly because we've gotten to the highest level we've been, but also like damage output, a little bit of defense. I'd never gone into Constitution and just put in 10 hard points like straight away, and that made a pretty big difference. Just 1,500 extra health points. Has made pretty big difference. I feel like once our critical hits are a little bit higher, because they're already like 13% or something, plus this blowpipe makes them even higher. Once we get to 75, it'll boost them even more. Sound effects can be soothing at times. Figured it'd just be obnoxious. You're gonna be hearing this for the rest of your life now. Getting there. Good days yet to come. What I'm really looking forward to next week, hopefully, SMT5, hearing the new, hearing like some of the new music, some of the like the new boss themes and stuff. Love SMT battle music. dying over and over to a boss so you have to hear it multiple times. Not the worst thing. Fuck you, Abdiel. Also, we kind of just mow through the orcs now, which is good.
That's how this game works.
Really don't want to lose this character. I'm so nervous for these next two fights. I really don't want to lose this 20 or so hours of progress. Especially when we're at this point where I'm like, we're gonna go try the fight. But I could actually just be leveling and prepare myself more. Because if we lose, I'm just gonna be like, oh, why didn't I just level for like 10 more hours?
Let's see if your
SMT 5 to your backlog.
I'll beat your skull and make it even more flat.
Have you played any of them? You know, when I think about like Pokemon Scarlet, the problems I had with it were that, yeah, it's not hard. It should never be, I know it's technically for kids, but I mean, it's really adults that are playing the game. But the optimal way should never be to just level your starting Pokemon and never swap out and beat every Pokemon, every enemy ever that way. That should never be the optimal way to play. I feel like SMT is the adult version of Pokemon.
One less.
It'll be your first one. Yeah, I think 5 is a really good introductory one. Oh yeah, we talked about this the other day. You were saying you're gonna put it on easy.
And another one because
I feel like you'll put it on easy, and at some point you'll revert it. Or maybe after you beat it, you'll go back and play it on hard.
I know where it hurts.
I do wonder. I'm interested to see anyone play it on easy, like all the way through, and see what the difference really is.
And that.
Because I still feel like it's going to be hard. It's just the style of it. Because once you... It's kind of like Dark Souls. Like there's no... difficulty slider. The easiest of easy. There's no difficulty slider because it goes from like, man, this game is so hard, but as soon as you understand a boss or understand an enemy, it's like, oh, how could I ever die to this again? I think SMT feels similar, where you run into a boss and you're like, I can't beat him, he's impossible. And then you get like the right build of demons, you get the right couple attacks and couple things, you're like, oh, now that I know what he does, like I'll never lose to him again.
That's not enough to be the championship.
And every time you run into a boss, it's like a new problem and a new like
Don't fall over my
thing you have to overcome. It's never like, oh, I've run into this boss, like I'll just beat him the first time. Like you know you're gonna die, and it does a good job of being like,
That's how this game works.
right, you're saving, or you save, there's like a save point, and then you run a little bit further and it goes, oh, I'm sensing a really tough demon up ahead. So you're like, I'm gonna go back to that save point and just make sure I'm healed up and make sure it does a pretty good job of that, because it knows it's fucked up. The older ones didn't do that.
Blood is also green.
Elden Ring 2, just for giggles. You might do what? There's no easy. There's no difficulty slider on Elden Ring or Dark Souls. It is what it is.
Miserable, wide-mouthed frogs.
There's things you can do to make it. There's certain builds you can go with that make it easy mode, or easy mode, but easier mode. like go with like a ranged magic build summoner. Oh, for the DLC? I wonder how that'll work. Just enemies attack less, have less health. Damn, wind. I feel like the same thing in Dark Souls or, yeah, I guess SMT. The thing that actually makes it easier without ruining the game is if it were easier to level. So I do know the second time I went through SMT5, there's these things called Maitama, which depending on the color of them, and they're really hard to kill and they're rare, but if you find one, if you kill it, it gives you like a stupid amount of experience. Like you'll level, each time you kill one, you pretty much gain a level. And there was the DLC for it included like making those like pretty common. So you would find them all the time. So basically it was really easy to level. You also found some that gave like money. So it gave you more money, more levels. And that really trivialized the game. So the second time I was playing, when I did the second playthrough, I played it a little bit, and then within like a couple hours I was like overpowered, and then I wasn't having fun anymore. I feel like there's a very specific like, you don't want to be under leveled. You don't want to be too high over leveled. You want to be in that sweet spot. I'm excited to hear your thoughts for SMT5. Just the whole vibe and mainly the music.
Item.
All right, I think I know what I'm gonna do, chat. I think because this next boss, the next two bosses, whatever, they could be run enders. So I'm gonna get to 75. I'm gonna do maybe one round of looking for plus skills and damage rings, and then we're gonna fight them. And if we die, that's where we'll end stream. But if we win, then it'll set us up nicely for next stream tomorrow. Want to play Fortnite? Down? You said the connection's actually probably not that bad, right? What skin do you use? Princess Lexa. What's that from? Leia?
That's the purpose of the exercise.
Nearly there.
He'll get a showing off.
Fortnite original? Oh. Does she have sick moves? Sick dance moves? Padme, then Leia. To each their own. Level. Alright, this will be interesting. So let's go. Actually, let's go up there. So we can browse the shop, but let's see how much our critical percent goes up and our damage. A Genshin character a bit. That makes sense. Generation per hit. 6 seconds? What is this? 5? Shoot. All right. Very sought after skin. Kind of crazy lucky to have it, not gonna lie. Wait, why? Oh, is it like seasonal or something? All right, let's have a look at this. All skills plus 9. Where's like chance for critical is at 13.5%. Oh, that's mastered, right? All right, what is this? 2.3. Oh, it wasn't mastered. Damn it. So that wasn't even mastered. Oh. That's annoying. All right, well. At least one of them was, at least we got tactics mastered, and it went to, oh no, it didn't change. It only changed over here. So chance for critical hits is like 15%, but why is it not on this thing? Crazy. All right, well, we're gonna go fight Red Dragon, so we could lose all 20 hours of progress here. Can't get it again? Oh. I wonder if I sell my account for like a stupid amount of money. V Rising? Is that a Viking game? How I've missed you. What is V? What do I do? What's V Rising? Selling is illegal. Is it really? I mean, it makes sense because every other game it's illegal. It's my body. I do what I want. And no one has to know. This happened last time. We'll go the long way. Alright, so my goal, spam potions, fighting the red dragon. Spam potions, fighting the Karnak. And end stream. Action role-playing survival game.
Genus unknown?
Why don't I know about this? Why did I think it was a Viking game?
Become one with nature.
Top down. Co-op? But with vampires. Ah, that's where the V comes from.
I'm not afraid of dragons. If only they didn't smell so bad.
Female Corn and put her in Genshin Impact. Oh, she like part dragon? Is she barefoot? And you don't have to say female corn. There's only female corn. I knew what you meant. Alright, starting to get nervous. My hands are getting sweaty, chat.
What kind of monster are you? Uh-oh. I hope I haven't
The fate of our
overestimated my capabilities here.
the fate of our whole playthrough comes down to this fight again. Just like it always does.
So much fun.
I'll send you the link. You want LeBron James? LeBron James. Did you miss out on him last time or something? Male corn better than female. All right, man. Selling is illegal. Bro, I can't hit him.
Dragon tongue
The
fetches
evade
top
must have been
prices
through
in
the
big
roof.
elven cities. Did you know that?
Might be goodbyes. All right. See you, Nico.
And that, and that, and that.
Link sent through Discord. All right. I'll have a look.
Taking out their napkins already.
Is she barefoot? Is crazy. Crazy word. All right. All right. Spirit bomb energy chat. Oh, our run could end right here. Let's see how well prepared we are. And you just don't know until you do the fights if you're prepared or not. Here we go. Potions up.
Nature bestowed a
Holy shit. He almost killed us. No. We're doing decent damage when we hit him. It's just we go like 3 or 4 attacks without connecting. Jesus. Alright, we got him. Now, the problem is Karnak is like that fight, but we just got to move a little bit. Just because he can spawn like fire underneath us. That fight didn't really matter because you can't really... it's no point trying to dodge his attacks. You just get hit. It's better just to do damage output. But Karnak spawns little baby Karnaks, and then also shoots fire underneath us, so it's a little bit more involved than just spamming potions. All right, last one. One more. Uno mas.
Tell the hammer I said hello. Farewell.
Maybe like a 5-minute walk, and we got this. And I'll be happy. I'll be happy with our stream today. I mean, we already accomplished what we were supposed to, but gotta keep pushing the needle forward.
Napkins already.
93 degrees here, and no central heating and air. What, do you just have a fan on? Do you just have the refrigerator open with the fan blowing on you? Also, GG's. Thanks, mate.
Endless circle of life. Over already? What a pity. I expected more from you.
do want to check on our potions soon. I feel like we have plenty, but never hurts just to make sure. Yeah, we've got a ton. I wonder how many we use each of those fights, because I mean I'm spamming them the whole time. Just gotta sit in front of it or burn.
He's gone. One less.
Oh yeah. Nah, I got you. Are you you excited for the game tonight? Is it 7 or 7:30? All skills plus 5. Holy heck. That's a nice. It's not strong enough, but starting to get some good weapons to choose from. $6.20 for me. Yeah, I meant for the Mavericks game, what time it was.
Because it was so much fun.
If only I had some device to be able to quickly check the score, check the time. Alright. Just working myself up for this next fight, by the way. Play defense like that 4 games in a row. Not only that, but just like a lot of things happened. He played good defense. Celtics were kind of lackadaisical. Like they didn't really put their foot down. Also, Mavericks hitting shots. When you're hitting shots, like it's easier to play defense when you're hitting shots. Yeah, a lot of things happen. But, I mean, if Porzingis is out, honestly, that's all I think it was. I think if Porzingis hadn't played all series, I think it'd be even right now. Truly think he's the difference. I know they've won. Won without him anyways, but Mavericks easily could have won that game too.
If it protects as good as it looks,
Dragon Scale Amulet. 72. I mean, all skills is just better. Smartass. I wasn't. You know what? I'll do it right now. $7:30. Okay, so it's an hour from now. In case anyone wanted to know. In case anyone cares. I know you don't. Wait, 0.9 regeneration per hit? Was that a 0.9? It's way faster. Honestly, we could probably increase. What is this? It doesn't make it much stronger though for... We'll leave it for now. Actually, no, hold on. Every time we attack... No, we'll leave it for now because it's doing good damage. I don't want to mess with it. But later on, it's probably worth doing that. Celtics could have just lost the game to make sure they can win it back in Boston. Imagine. You know what? Imagine the NBA. I don't think it's rigged like everyone says it's rigged. I think it's a business. So I think there's a lot of times where, like dunks, for example, or regular season for sure, where they're like, allow players to get more dunks. Therefore, you should call fouls that stop dunks. So I think there's rigged in that point. I don't think the referees are good enough to rig it in the moment of like, we want this team to win. But if I did believe the NBA was rigged, this would have been the perfect storyline, wouldn't it? Make sure the Mavs win so that the Celtics can go back home and win it, or just in general, like extend the series. We want to make more money by having a longer series. Don't let them sweep. Imagine.
another one because it was so much fun.
Stunned. Those guys do that quite a bit. always feel like I misclicked or like like user error. The reason my character's not attacking, but then you see the stars over your head. You realize your character's stunned. Alright, is it worth going and finishing out this level at the orcs before we fight Karnak? Or do we just do it? Do we just do it? Do we just fight Karnak and cross our fingers, spam potions, and hope we can get by? What do you think? Believe the Celtics are assholes enough? Probably. Because Boston. Imagine they're like, Kristaps, you're going to sit out this game. Because he's like, I'm fine though. Yeah, but we want to win at home. You don't have a say in the matter. Nah, I don't. I mean,
As you wish.
I would just want the championship. I just want to win. I'm not risking it. I'm not losing a game on purpose to get it back at home. No way, no how. All right, no one answered. Fuck it, we're fighting the Karnak. If I die, it's all your faults. Oh, just get through it. Just beat this one easy boss. No problems, no issues. Just do it. Just do the thing. Safe better than sorry? It's too late, Cabra. I'm already walking that way. I've already done the thing. There's no turning back. I'm already hyped too. I'm already amped up. Level more?
Bunch of scales with teeth. Yeah, one could reduce it to that.
It's too late.
This has to be a very special item.
It is too late.
Might be a close call.
Rest in pieces, bozo. Former wizards. Lynx's thick fur. Ooh, that fur is thick. Hold on. Armor 173. Armor 941. Yeah, we're putting that on. Hell yeah. Okay. Kidding. We're going to do some other things first. We're going to put those damage rings, right? Oops. What is this? Oh, I can put all skills stuff in there. So our damage will go down, but all skills will go up. Okay. Well, this should help our survivability a bit. Armor and Constitution should both go up quite a bit from this. Oh, we gotta... Wait. I thought that was a... That's a ring. I thought all the all skills things were amulets. That's a game changer. But we only have one though. Shit. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. All skills. And what are these? Just damage? So we could do all skills and damage, but I think what I'm gonna do, just gonna check what this merchant has. Ideally, we would put multiple all skills rings or amulets in there. But if we can't, we'll just do a damage one. Damn. Okay. Yeah, we'll just do all skills and damage. But that should still be a huge upgrade compared to what we had. All right. Girthy. Super thick. All right. And if we can't beat Karnak with this, then we don't deserve to play the game. So we're doing it. Actually, no, we'll level. Fuck it, because we're here. I wonder if percent damage or flat damage. Usually flat damage is better, right? All right, let's see what it looks like. Damage doesn't change much. Defense a bit. What about armor? Armor is 140%. Oh, it's still the same. There's no real damage against armor. No real way to tell. Alright, we'll put this away. $7,400 health. That's more, right? Yeah, that's a bit more. That's what she said. Is there a better show than The Office? Oh, he's gone. Y'all see that guy sliding?
That wasn't so. Honestly. And that.
This level shouldn't take too long, and then we'll fight Karnak, and we'll end stream. That'll be the end of stream today. So we're either going to end stream with a bang, one way or another, positive or negative. We're either going to lose all of our work, 20 hours worth of work, or we're gonna give Karnak his just desserts.
stop grunting. Blast it. At least you can stop grunting. Blast it. Knights have taken out their napkins already.
Ooh, group. The Office is still fire. What's your favorite show? I'd say The Office is probably my favorite show. Archer's got to be up there. Not beginning to end though, but parts of it.
Miserable wide-mouthed
Breaking Bad?
dogs.
Definitely. Honestly, I might put Fallout in my top 10. I gotta see more seasons, but season 1 was legit. Really good. I was not expecting it to be... Actually, I wasn't expecting it to be good at all. But I saw a bunch of reviews, or just people talking about it basically. And I was like, I'll watch an episode, and it starts off pretty well. And it does a very good job. And I couldn't stop watching. Almost. What level did we start at today? We started at like 64. That's pretty good. 13 levels? Or 11 levels? Yeah.
One less. The dryad was better will be engraved in your gravestone. You're staining my clothes.
Oh, actually, I haven't seen The Wire.
Estimated my capabilities here.
Snowfall, Love Life, How to Make It in America. Oh my gosh.
I know where it hurts.
You've got a list. I don't watch enough shows. That's that's the problem. I'm ranking shows and I've seen like 3. I'm like, it's in my top 10. Haven't even seen 10. Love my character's voice, very NPC. Yeah, that's one of the like very quirky things in this game that makes it very funny.
I'll give you another one at the same spot.
They say very cheesy, corny lines. But like it knows it's cheesy.
I know where it hurts. Let's start your last journey.
Alright, level.
You have a cruel path into the pit. Doesn't necessarily mean it's good.
let's go to here. Check out our things. Oh, no.
The shaman has advised me to cut down a bit.
I accidentally clicked on the teleporter, so we're going to have to walk back. It's not a long walk, but still, it's a walk. I had the teleporter saved right before the boss. That's annoying.
Very much.
Plan on trying this on the Steam Deck. Yeah, I most likely will. Yeah, it's not too far of a walk. Yeah, most likely will. Especially with the controller part working. My week. Digest a lot of TV, movies, and books. No, I get that. I mean, that's how I am with content, for sure. I try to watch as much like people's content and stuff as I can for that same reason. Same thing with basketball. Try to watch as much basketball as I can. Keep sharpening my basketball brain. The Wire? Yeah, I've heard nothing but good things about The Wire. What's Snowfall? Oh, I didn't use my levels. That's alright. We'll do that when we get there, closer. Less enemies. Top 5 shows, it's incredible. Is it older or new? I've never even heard of it. Can't move. The character's bugged. There we go. That was weird. It was like targeting. I don't know. It's like it thought the enemy was like under the stage or something, so it was trying to make me go into a weird path. It was weird. Newer? YouTube Premium on TV is better than just about any streaming service cable option. Would have to agree. Just recently finished up around 5 years ago. Okay. Gonna dip for a bit until next stream. All right, Pokori. Well, we're about to finish as well anyway, so you didn't miss much. But yeah, hopefully see you tomorrow. All right. Karnak time, baby. me that dex. Let's get that. This isn't mastered yet. Okay, it's mastered. Boom. Bargaining will be mastered next. It doesn't really matter because it only gives better quest rewards, but bargaining just needs to keep going higher. And the next one we'll master. Honestly, we probably need to do Nature Weaver because then we can get more ancient bark. We've got to level these too. Armor lore and all that. So let's, yeah. Oh, we got a lot to think about. Next stream anyways. All right. Chat, here we go. Crack epidemic started in Los Angeles by CIA. Okay. Yeah, I have to check that out. Okay, chat, here's what we're doing. Here's the plan. Karnak, our nemesis, one of our arch nemesis. We're going to beat him. We're going to beat him, or we lose 20 hours or over 20 hours of progress. We're going to fuck him up. And then we're going to end stream. We're going to drop the microphone and we're going to end stream. That's the goal. Or he fucks us up and he drops the microphone and I end stream. So either way, I'm so nervous. Here we go. Fuck him. Hope it's like last time. Here we go. We got this. He's gonna go through his phase, isn't he? He's gonna disappear. Shit, I thought I dodged it. Fuck this guy. What an asshole. Probably easiest fight ever though. It wasn't even nervous. I was building it up because I just wanted you guys to be nervous. I knew I was going to win the whole time. Easiest fight of my life. Fuck Karnak. I used 1,000 potions, I think. At least. Fuck this guy. Well, we don't have to do that next stream now. That was how we were going to start off next stream, was Red Dragon and Karnak. We were able to get through it today. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Think about what we did today. We got through. We beat the Spy. We beat all three of like the worst bosses in this game. The Spy, or for the Dryad anyways. That's freaking T-Mutant Spider, Red Dragon, and Karnak. And we gained 11 levels too. Tomorrow, the goal is to level as much as possible and also beat the game. Don't know in what order, but hopefully I get the controller plug-in that Jonathan gave us, and then the grinding won't be so bad. But that's it. That's all I wanted to do today. Appreciate you guys being here. I'm out. I'm tired. I'm hungry. And I'm just happy. I'm happy we beat those two bosses. So we've officially, that's why the title was We Ascend. We officially ascended past where we got to in our furthest playthrough. Level 76 now. Our furthest playthrough was level 67 before we lost the hardcore character. So now this is officially our best hardcore run. And so now we've got through over this little hurdle too. Tomorrow we just keep leveling. We try to complete this level and get into Niobium, which is the final difficulty, and there we do some damage. Yeah, I'll hit you up in Discord if it doesn't work out. Hopefully I can figure it out. But anyways, I'll see you guys later. Take care of yourselves. Long stream tomorrow, probably a long stream tomorrow.